Point.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to TEE TV. My name is Charles, and with me today is, as always, Damian and Stone. Say hello, guys.
Morning, everybody.
Eat shit.
Okay, then. Uh, this
Oh
during this
my
week's
bad.
episode, we're going to be discussing season 2 of Hannibal and Halloween 2, the 1981 version. Ooh, as well as a few other things, including, but not limited to, The Machine, the Burt Kreischer movie, which I'm excited to talk about because it's going to be so much fun. Which
Which we
apparently is
all definitely watched.
bullshit. Yeah. Bullshit.
I'm sorry, Charles.
Yeah, sure you are. Okay.
Well, it's taking up space on my hard drive, so I have to watch it eventually.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, but all right, just so what are we going to start with?
Let's see. Um, well, because we're still in our. Let me do here. Because we are still in our variations phase, we could be talking a little bit more about any variations that are on you guys' mind. If you would like to talk about that, got to get my gain up a little bit. Maybe that'll help
Well,
me.
it's just let's see. There was something that I wanted to bring up. I was just huh. Um.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let's have some fun.
Okay.
What do we think about the new Barbie movie?
Oh God. I had already like put that movie out of my fucking mind because I would. I. Are you telling me that I'm now going to have to watch this shit?
No, we're not doing it for the show.
No
No
one's saying
worries.
that.
Don't
Okay.
worry. We're not
God
some
damn it.
we're not some brain dead idiot. Got rid
All
of
right.
that.
Thank
Right?
you. Thank you.
Got rid
But
of that a
it's
long
just
time ago.
look.
Don't feel traumatized.
I like Margot Robbie as much as the next person. I think she's great as Harley Quinn. I still need to see her in The Wolf of Wall Street. Not for that reason. I think that she is good in the. I've heard that she's good in the movie. Not for that reason.
Well,
That's just a bonus.
by the
Yeah.
way, so does Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh yeah, of course. Leonardo DiCaprio, I've heard, is amazing in that movie.
No,
But
no, no, no. What I'm saying is Leonardo DiCaprio says Margot Robbie is good too.
not for that reason. Or maybe he is for that reason.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, maybe.
I still haven't seen it yet. I bought it when it came out on Blu-ray. I think I watched about half an hour, and I was just like, I'm just not in the mood for this. Yeah, you just start watching something, you're like, yeah, I'm just not in the mood right now. I just
Yeah.
haven't gone back to it.
But no, it's just back to the whole Barbie thing. It's just like, I mean, look, I saw the original like teaser trailer for the movie, and I mean, I don't know, like it seemed interesting. I liked what they did with the teaser trailer, but then I saw the official trailer, and I was like, okay, this is not a movie I want to see. It's just like, no.
You're like, I don't care how sexy Gosling is. I'm not in.
Okay, let me ask
I
you
wasn't
this.
gonna go there, but okay.
His face says it all.
Let me ask. I was just having fun with that. I mean, it's fun for Gosling to get in there and have a little fun. You know what I'm saying, with his fame now. You know what I'm saying. He's done La La Land. He's you know what I'm saying. He's done a lot of things. You know what I'm saying, to get where he is. So I guess to have a little fun. I mean, this won't tank his career. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it would have to be incredibly stupid, like as a movie in general, to tank his career. So that
Look,
remains to be seen. But
this whole Barbie movie is just another example of Hollywood making a movie out of anything and everything that they can.
except Thundercats.
Well, yeah, they still need to do that. Which are they ever going to do it? Probably
No,
not. But
Start a change.org petition.
I mean, like I said,
Let's get it done.
yeah, like
speaking of
that's
ver-
going to actually do anything.
Speaking of variations, by the
can
way,
have hope.
yeah, I mean the fucking fact that they're just basically assholes about the fucking Thundercats movie. It doesn't really fucking it doesn't really surprise me. It just fucking enrages me because it has the potential to be such a fucking great.
Well, I mean, hell, they made a movie based off of a fucking board game called Battleship.
Wasn't there at least two of them?
No, there was only one.
Just the one?
Yeah, just the one. And so, if they can make a movie based off Battleship, why not make a movie based off fucking Barbie?
No, if they can make a movie about a coked up bear, they can make a fucking Thundercats movie. Okay.
Oh, you're talking about Ted?
Cocaine Bear.
Oh no,
That too.
You're talking about Cocaine Bear. Yeah, but the thing
he
is,
he was coked up. Ted was coked up.
Among other things.
He was all sorts of degenerate.
Yeah. I mean, but the thing about Cocaine Bear is that is actually loosely based off of a true fucking story.
Very loosely, but still.
Yeah.
But still, that don't mean I want to.
The only thing that's actually accurate about that is that the bear fucking died. He didn't go on a whole rampage.
But that don't mean I want to see little Ice Cube that's bigger than the big Ice Cube.
I also don't want to see a bunch of kids testing out cocaine. I don't want to see that either.
And
that was weird.
And not freaking out on it because that just sends the wrong message. You know,
it did nothing to them, despite like inhaling a shitload of it. Did nothing.
They didn't inhale it. They didn't they didn't snort it. They just they fucking ate it. They put it on like a knife or something. And they
that's right.
Put
it
on their tongue or something. I was like, that's not. I've never even done cocaine, and I know that's not how you're supposed to do it. But that's not even the fucking point.
It's still going to get into your system.
It's still going to get into your system, but still, it's just like I was like, okay, why is this scene in this movie? I mean, these are kids doing cocaine. This has to be crossing some kind of line here.
I looked at it as the same as like when you have super old people swearing. It's kind of like, oh look, they're not supposed to be doing that.
New song remix for the kids.
It's not the same thing, dude. Because old people versus kids doing drugs. I mean, it's just
old people are just kids but wrinkly.
Remix song when you get out of school and your teachers are full cocaine.
It felt like they were crossing some lines in that scene, dude. It really did.
I was surprised they put that in there, though. It is called Cocaine Bear, so anything.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Anything's possible.
When your chores are all done and you're ready for fun, cocaine.
And of course, they threw Margot Martindale from an ambulance and had her skid across the pavement. And,
that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
in a very brutal way, but that was funny.
Yeah, but they killed Margot Martindale. No. Let me rephrase. Renowned character actress Margot Martindale.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Show some respect.
Exactly. I apologize.
Now there's like eight's probably might not be an exaggeration. There's a shitload more of those. It's like crack something. Just a bunch of here's different animals on drugs movies coming out now, and I can pretty much guarantee they're all going to just be at best C-grade garbage.
Okay, so what we're gonna get like a cocaine snake, we're gonna get a cocaine platypus, we're gonna get a cocaine goose, we're gonna get
fucking
cocaine
crack crocodile.
Crack crocodile.
Crocodile.
Crocodile. Wow.
Meth moose. Meth moose next.
Oh my God, meth moose! Oh Jesus Christ!
It's just fucking Bullwinkle just drugged out of his mind.
That sounds like something that I would see on like a Saturday morning on Sci-Fi Channel.
Like Adult Swim or something.
Adult Swim. Oh
Bath salt beavers. Bath salt beavers.
Bath salt beavers. Oh my God.
They will eat your face.
That could be a killer animated show. I'd be down for that.
Yeah, it would be kind of funny. It
They
would.
will eat your face.
Make a fucking dam with your bones.
Wow.
Well, I'm gonna look, man. I don't have a lot of variations, adaptations in my DVD collection, honestly. But I will say, look, I have to be honest. One of the more I have to say sometimes the originals, especially the older they get, sometimes they just have a more deeper or philosophical like haunt to them. Like, okay, Vincent Price and his version of I Am Legend from Will Smith, it's way creepier. Like his shit is
It
more
was
actual.
Last Man on Earth, I think.
Yeah, they call his fucking name. They call his fucking name every time. Every night they come out and they come back to his fucking house and they're calling his fucking name and shit like that while banging on his fucking house and everything. That's what they do every goddamn night. He doesn't have to worry. He doesn't have to go out. You know what I'm saying? He's staying there all day, but every damn night, these motherfucking dead, these sort of dead sortos coming in and he fucking calling his goddamn name. Just imagine that, Charles. Every damn night, Charles, come out, Charles, Charles. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine that every damn night.
You get into bed, you're like, oh, finally, I can just drift off to sleep. And no, no.
Hey. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Charles, come out, Charles. I mean, like, look, man, it's one thing to have zombies, but to have them fucking talking and targeting you, they like they letting you know they're targeting you. We know you're there, Charles.
Yeah,
Come out, Charles.
I didn't think then the whole I Am Legend storyline was that they were even supposed to be zombies. I thought they were supposed to be something like vampires or something.
Well, you know that's look.
It
I would
was, yeah.
I would call them more vampire than I would call them. I call them more. You know what I'm saying? More zombie than I would call the fucking infected in 28 days later. Though I'm sorry. I mean, I get what you're
All right,
saying.
fine. All right. In 28 days later, they were not zombies. They were just people that were just very, very enraged. Because as far as I know, the infected in 28 days later, they never ate anybody. They just killed people, and then
I
they
mean,
would vomit on them,
I
and
mean,
then
Yeah, I don't
under
recall any eating.
yeah,
under extreme starvation, I mean they could be called to, you know what I'm saying, to maim and you know what I'm saying, and bite at people, but you know what I'm saying,
yeah, they
overall
never ate anybody, as far as I know. They just maimed and tore apart and puked on people, and anybody who like got the bodily fluid on them would get infected, and then it would spread.
so but I mean but I get what you're saying about the whole vampire, you know what I'm saying, situation of it. I totally get it. And there were definitely points that would support that, you know what I'm saying, especially when it came to like the especially when it came to his dog and shit like that. But I'm just, you
Yeah,
know,
which, for the record, that scene with the dog, that was really rough to watch.
uh,
I
you
swear to
know,
God, if somebody makes the reference,
I mean, it's I would say it was
rough to
definitely.
watch.
Oh,
Look, hey pal, look. I'm sorry, we're not in Vegas. I'm sorry. Did you really want me to just? I can do that.
you son of a bitch.
But let me see. I don't have a lot of fucking variations up there, man. I would say, like I said, that one was definitely one that I think about. I believe I do have that original, but like Prom Night, the Prom Night remake, which was trashy beyond trash.
Yeah,
Okay,
to go back to
I mean,
Vincent Price, you got House of Wax.
well, look, I never saw the original House of Wax, but I did see the remake with Jared Padalecki and Paris Hilton. The only thing about that movie that I liked about the remake of House of Wax is that Paris Hilton's character got impaled through the face with a giant spear.
That's the
Well,
only part I've seen. I saw that on YouTube at some point. Never actually seen the movie. I own the other one, but never
I've
seen that
seen the
one.
movie all the way through only once, and there's this like Jared Padalecki's character gets killed because he's getting encased in wax, and then his girlfriend finds him, and when they try to save him, they accidentally break his neck because they try to break away the wax and sort of like crack him at the neck and everything, and he dies in like the craziest way or something.
Well, this
But
is very.
the only the only
It sounds
death,
kind of funny because it's
the
Jared Padalecki.
the only death that's memorable is Paris Hilton's death. That's the
And that's
only one.
quite early from what I gather, right?
Yes.
But
Like
very
the opening
interesting.
scene or close
not
to.
not the opening. Her death is actually somewhere near the middle of the movie.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, females finding their end is going to be, I guess, a connection here, ironic connection, because that's how I felt in season 2, that I finally seen some females that I didn't quite care for meeting their end, but we'll definitely get there. But
No. Who are you talking about?
what do you mean?
No. Elaborate. Who are you talking about?
Oh, of course, Alana Bloom, for one. Well,
Mm,
well, well, well. At least I was hoping. Don't I guess I don't want to know, but at least I was hoping. You know.
I'm gonna say haven't seen season 3, but I'm gonna say no on that one.
But I was, and
I think she's
Look.
gonna be around.
all right. Look, I've seen season 3. I know who lives, who dies. That's all I'm gonna say.
stupidity, just like I thought. I'll get in. I'll get into that. Just like I fucking thought. Stupidity equals survival in this fucking world. Apparently, Jesus Christ.
But I
tell you.
will say that I was wrong about something.
Well, Will.
Abigail Hobbs. I was wrong.
Yeah. It was easy to be wrong.
Yeah, I could have sworn that she had survived and like rode off into the sunset, and I thought I remembered it that way, but then I was like, oh shit, there she is, and then Hannibal like killed her again, and I'm like,
Well,
I
don't go.
figured.
We don't want to go.
Yeah,
I mean, unless we're
should
doing
we get
this
into
now.
Halloween first,
no,
and then
all right. I apologize, folks. We're going out of order here, but yeah, it's just should we do Halloween first?
Okay. Well, if we're done on the overall variation talk, then I guess so. If we have no more other variations of things to offer, you know.
I definitely know I've got them. I'm just. I swear I'm half brain dead today.
Yeah. I'm kind of out of it as well, but that's my own damn fault for trying to watch Hannibal at last minute.
Attack on Precinct 13. I think. I mean, as good as a movie as it were. I mean, I didn't realize it was a remake. When I saw the original,
Oh,
I felt like
I've
they
never
could've-
seen the remake. I've only seen the John Carpenter original.
I knew it was a remake, but I've never seen the original, and I've never seen the remake, but I wanted to.
I think they probably could have been. I think it probably could have been more explosive. You know what I'm saying, with the original concept. I do have to say. That's the only thing I probably would say about that one. The original concept would have been great.
What was that Denzel Washington movie that had John Travolta that hijacked a subway train?
The Taking of Pelham 123 or something like that.
Yeah, I've never seen either of those either.
Yeah, you were talking about like originals and then adaptations, and it made me think of that. So I saw the remake of that, the one with Denzel Washington and John Travolta, and I liked it. I thought it was a pretty good movie.
I've heard good things.
Yeah.
It was all right. It was just it.
Look, I can't forgive John Travolta after him doing that movie. I can't remember the name of it, where he plays a mentally challenged person who obsesses over celebrities. And in the very opening moment of the movie, he walks into some store, and the very first line of the movie is him saying, "Can't talk, gotta poop." That's his.
How
That's
does that not make you go, this is going to be an amazing movie?
That is the first fucking line of the movie that comes out of John Travolta's mouth.
This was like a semi-recent movie, right? He had like a beard and
Yeah, and he has like a really weird haircut, with like
yeah,
that
yeah,
like goes into like a mullet of some kind. You know
yeah.
what?
I never saw it, but it looked interesting.
Hold on, I'm gonna look this up on IMDb because I know it's John Travolta that's in the movie,
Was
so
it
it
The
shouldn't be too
Fanatic or
difficult to find.
something like that?
Hold on, John Travolta. That is not how you spell John Travolta. All right, Travolta. That is not how you spell Travolta. God damn it! How do I
Like,
misspell his name twice? Oh my god! All right, let's see. Oh, it is called The Fanatic.
oh, it is okay.
Came out in 2019.
That was that recent. I was thinking a little bit further back, but
A
yeah, I remember
rabid
seeing like
film,
promo stuff for it.
a rabid film fan stalks his favorite action hero and destroys the star's life.
Hey, sounds like a great concept. Like, did you actually watch the whole thing, or
No, I only saw little bits of it.
and you're just like, yeah, nah.
I mean, the movie opens up with John Travolta saying, "Can't talk, gotta poop."
I'm sorry again. That to me, if that's the opening line, I'm just like, nah, this could be a good time.
Oh my god!
Well, well, I will throw.
He's very direct with people. You don't fuck around.
I will throw a little bit more of a weirder, weirder throw at you. As far as variations. How about um, how about in a way what I'm starting to discover now is this whole like new like odd character that Nicolas Cage is sort of like embracing now. Like, because I thought, okay, that whole Mandy, but then there's like Willy's Wonderland. Have you heard of this?
I watched that about a month ago or so. It
I've
wasn't
heard.
as fun as I'd hoped, but it was entertaining enough.
I just feel like it's just this like new, it's like this new whole like thing of like odd ass movies that he seems to want to put himself into, and then like he's already this odd guy who's made more odd by the circumstances around him, and it just becomes like overall like I guess you can kind of judge the movie as you were, but I mean as you would, but I just feel like overall it's just like the common thread is just like very very weird concept movies that he just kind of decided to go completely gonzo violent in and whatever. It's just
Yeah,
weird.
like that one, a guy he plays a guy who I don't think he had a single line the entire movie, but he gets hired to clean this arcade, like a is it Chuck E. Cheese that has the animatronics and stuff like that?
Yeah, one up, yeah, one up for sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's meant to be like a Chuck E. Cheese type place,
way bigger.
which is full of animatronics haunted by the souls of serial killers who perform like a ritual, and all their souls went into these animatronics. So he spends the entire movie literally cleaning the place and doing a great job, and then just savaging these evil animatronics. Like, yeah, it wasn't as fun as I would have hoped it was going to be, but it was entertaining enough. But there was another. What did I watch around the same time? Color Out of Space, which was based on a Lovecraft story. That was really good. He played the father of the family in that, which like this meteor hits the family farm sort of thing. This alien thing starts taking over shit, driving people crazy, and a lot of just insane, cool shit. That was a fun movie. I recommend that one.
Okay.
All right. Well, by the way, just in case we didn't say
Man.
it, folks. Oh no, go ahead. Well,
Well,
real,
it's
real quick,
just
I'll let you make. I just want to make a quick pop point. Thank you to the three people that have come in live to watch us. Now we definitely appreciate you getting up this morning on a Saturday. I mean, just something that I would normally hate to do in doing this sort of thing. So thank you, Charles.
mhm.
Take it away.
Yeah, it's just there was that one movie that I wanted to check out. I have not seen it yet, but I do want to check it out because I've heard good things. It's called Slacks.
I thought you were going to say Valley of the
Slacks.
Dolls.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, Charles,
Yes,
you
I know,
haven't,
my sweet summer child. Yes, I know.
you
But
haven't, you haven't lived.
But what is Slacks?
it was a Shutter exclusive movie at one point. It's not anymore. You can find it in other places now. But it's about a young woman who gets an opportunity to go to this designer clothing store where she's able to try out this new, like, hip pair of jeans, this new pair of pants. And this pair of jeans, this pants, but that she is unaware of at the time, is sentient and has psychic powers. And so she decides, like, when she goes there, she tries on these pants, and quickly realizes that she can't take the pants off anymore, and the pants start killing people. And it's basically like that movie Rubber, the movie with the sentient tire that kills people with with like psychic powers. Only it's where with a pair of pants.
Interesting concept.
Yeah, and but I know that a lot of people didn't like the movie Rubber. I heard people thought that it was kind of a stupid movie, but from what I've seen of the reviews of the movie Slacks, people liked it. I think it got mostly positive reviews.
If you hate Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, then you'll love Slacks.
And in order to find the movie, it's Slacks with two X's. It's SLAXX.
Okay.
Yeah,
I follow Shutter on Twitter, and it seems like there's a lot of interesting movies that have come out of there
yeah,
that I would actually love to check out.
yeah. But I wanted to check out Slacks, and I also want to check out Rubber. Even though Rubber did get mostly mixed reviews, I would still like to check it out.
I've never heard of it until now, but it sounds fun.
Yeah, Rubber is basically just about a tire that has psychic powers and just starts killing people.
So it's evil flubber. Let me stop.
Flubber. That would just be Blob.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah,
up.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Hold up.
At that point, we should just watch the 1988 Blob movie. I haven't.
With
I
Kevin
haven't.
Dillon.
Yeah, I have. No, that had Shawnee Smith in it.
And Kevin
It was
Dillon.
Kevin Dillon, right? Wasn't he like
Both,
the star,
both,
or pretty much the
both,
star?
both. There's both of them.
Yeah, but no, it's just. No, I mean, I love the movie. I mean, especially the hospital scene. The hospital scene fucked me up as a child. Oh man, that movie freaked me. That part freaked me out. Oh man, that freaked me out. Like the blob just falls on top of Paul, and then Shawnee Smith runs into the room and sees Paul being slowly dissolved, and he's just like, "Arr, arr." And I'm like, oh, what the fuck am I looking at?
That
Oh
got you, huh?
man.
But the little kid, but the little kid, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, that didn't grab at you, huh?
Look, it's been years since I've seen the movie, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you mean the kids that the two kids that snuck to the movies, that snuck out to the movies and shit like that, and got caught in the theater when the blob was attacking everybody? Trying to go into the damn sewers to escape them and shit like that, and one of them
Okay, I
got
remember
grabbed.
the sewer scene, but the only thing from the sewer scene that I remember is they were being chased by the blob. Shawnee Smith is helping the kids climb up the thing out of the sewer, and then I think Kevin Dillon and Shawnee Smith are on the motorcycle ru- running away out of the sewer, and that's pretty much all I remember.
Well, there was one scene when somebody had to go, and it was the friend. You know what I'm saying? It was the friendo. He
I
had to.
remember. I remember also the phone booth scene where the woman's trying to make a phone call, and the blob sort of like surrounds the woman in the phone booth, and she's like trying to hold everything back, and
Do you
then
mind? I'm on the phone.
And then, of course, it like collapses in on her and basically eats her. Yeah,
Oh.
It was a messed up movie. I actually prefer the 1988 version of the Blob compared to the one that came before it.
Yeah, that one I remember even less. It was wasn't it the 50s?
I believe it was either the 50s or the 60s.
1849 AD. Let me stop.
I don't even think they made movies back then.
Oh, good lord, it's the Blob. Pack your muskets.
All right. Well,
like how the fuck would they even be able to fight that damn thing? It's just like, I mean, they'd be fucked.
Yep. Flee on a horse or a ship. Either way, just get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, pretty much. All right. I mean, look, the point being, I think I'd be open to watching The Blob again. I would like to get a refresh of it.
Of course. But you know what, though? I think let me test you on this real quick.
Okay.
Have you seen Reanimator?
Reanimator.
Yes, but not for many years.
I have heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of movies from that time that I've never watched.
I was actually thinking about, like, not too long ago, I was thinking I should rewatch that and Scanners.
I've never seen Scanners.
Yeah.
Movies I saw as a kid. Would love to
go,
see again. Because I remember them horrifying me as a kid.
The only thing from
especially Scanners.
The only thing from Scanners that I've seen is the newscaster that's going like, and then his head explodes. That's the only thing that I've seen.
Yep. Yeah. Which, if I remember correctly, they literally shot like a thing with a shotgun. I think that's how they achieved that.
But that's
really they actually shot the thing with a shotgun.
I'm fairly sure.
But that's the thing, people, saying that's the weird thing. Something becomes so iconic that you think you've seen it. Like people think they've seen Soylent Green because somehow they seen that iconic part where he's being carried away saying the people.
Look. The only reason I know the whole line of Soylent Green is people is because of Jim. That's the only reason I know that. I know I haven't seen Soylent Green.
But see that shows you right there, even typecasting way back then, like Charlton Heston was the guy at the end of the movie when some sort of big revelation happens. He's the one that can basically, I guess, dramatically and theatrically encapsulate the emotion that somebody would be feeling, at that time. Just like in Planet of the Apes, like, what you done? You blew it all up, and all that shit. It's that thing. It's like whenever they need someone to really encapsulate the moment, in dramatic, just man fashion. It was like, let's basically get the future gun nut out there, and and have him do it. So
yeah.
For my cold dead hands, you damn dirty ape.
So yeah.
Yeah, and then of course we have the whole Mark Wahlberg remake that they did, where instead of him saying "Get your damn paws off me, you damn dirty ape," we have Michael Clark Duncan saying "Get your hands off me, you damn dirty human."
Which was supposed to be a genius moment. They were just like, "Oh, this is gonna be. People are gonna go nuts for this,"
and it backfired
badly.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was Tim Burton, wasn't it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then they even did the whole human monkey kiss scene. They did that at the end of the fucking movie, where Mark Wahlberg kissed Helena Bonham Carter's character at the end of the movie, and she played a monkey. I'm like, what? That's cross species, dude. Oh my god.
That doesn't sound racist at all.
I'm not. We're talking about Planet of the Apes, dude.
Charles, I disavow.
Yes, man. Oh my God.
That was light racist. That was light sarcasm, Charles. It was light sarcasm. That's why I whispered it. It was light sarcasm. That's all I'm saying.
Light sarcasm. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why I
yeah,
whispered it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
why.
God. It
No,
just
that's really that's why.
it was just. I was like, really? I mean, I get what they were trying to do in that moment. It was like, oh, it's gonna be all kind of sweet and everything, except it's Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Stick to your own kind.
At the very.
Yeah, I get
Oh, God damn it!
Oh,
I'm just digging the
oh,
hole even deeper.
look who's trying to start their goddamn it account, huh? Hey, hey, is that what we're doing?
Why? Not allowed to have one too?
I suppose. Who's to stop you? Who's to stop you?
All right,
This
you know
guy
what?
said,
You know what? You know what? I am shelving this conversation.
Let's just pretend none of that happened. Just move
Hey,
on.
hey, I'm not the one that started. Wait, what was I the one that started the conversation of Planet of the Apes? I don't remember.
Yes.
God damn it!
okay, look, okay, okay.
No.
You trying
So
to
let's
make
say
up ground.
yes.
You trying to make up ground real quick, aren't you? All right, we're just not gonna let that happen, pal. We're not just gonna let that happen. We're not just gonna take that lying down, pal. Just let me tell you that. Let me tell you that, mate. You don't come here trying to take my spot, pal. You don't do that.
Oh dear.
You don't do that here. Not here, pal.
Yeah,
You know who I am.
I am now 12.
You know who runs the. You know who runs the Hollywood. Oh, no, maybe I should.
No. Not getting into that.
No, okay. Let's go to a real one. Up. No, okay, look. All right. Well, look. I guess we've filled up enough, maybe enough time because I just really can't. You know, what I'm saying, think of any more variations to poke at. Really, I would love to, but I mean, I'm just thinking. I mean, I don't know. You know what? Okay, Gone in 60 Seconds. I didn't realize was a fucking remake.
I only found that out in fairly recent years. I had no idea.
I heard that was a remake like years ago.
Just found that out, but it was way more. It was way more. I don't know. It had. I guess this one had more of an element of danger and more of a. But the other situation was just so. It was unique in its way. The way they had this whole thing going on, where they would steal cars. They would only steal cars that were insured and things like that. And they had this whole little system going on and everything like that. It was just more than just a whole chop shop type of thing. Like they really had a whole, you know what I'm saying, system happening. You know, with their whole, you know what I'm saying, car, you know what I'm saying, car racket. It was kind of fun. And I've been wanting to to really kind of get into it to see how everything kind of played out with that movie. But the concept is just really kind of fucking like wow, hella interesting. I do have to say, but you know, it was just. But I do have to like I said, but you know, Angelina Jolie, fucking Nicolas Cage. You know, you got a whole ensemble cast here. It's hard to deny that movie. I get it, but I still say that with a smart concept, you know. Where's Damian?
No idea. Oh, there he is.
I don't know what happened there.
Having internet trouble.
No, it's been good.
Okay.
Just StreamYard. Something went wrong. Okay.
All right, but you guys were talking about Gone in 60 Seconds. I looked it up. The remake of the original Gone in 60 Seconds released in 1974.
74.
Yeah, July 28th of 1974. It had
I
a
could,
It had a budget of 150,000, and its box office earning was 40 million.
It's not bad at all.
Nope.
That's like, what is this? Probably like 100 million ish by today's standards.
Yep.
Something
So
like that.
it was a successful movie, I'd say.
Yeah. Actually,
But
I
according
can't remember if I enjoyed the remake or not.
but
I think I
according
did.
to the Wikipedia page, the Nicolas Cage film is only a loose remake of the 1974 film.
So it
Like
like takes the basic premise.
I would say so, yeah. They're only like barely similar. But both films are adaptations of a book.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
That I didn't know either.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder how, like, yeah, I'm wondering how that would be executed in a book. Though I don't know what the original movie was like, so maybe that's closer. But I'm picturing what I remember of the remake, and it's just like, yeah, I don't know if how well that would translate in a book.
I'm looking. Oh shit. Let's see. Well, I thought it was based off of a book. Okay, hold on. All right, no, it's not based off of a book. I was wrong. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of talking here. I apologize, folks. All right.
What's wrong, guys? What is wrong?
Yeah. I was reading something on Gone in 60 Seconds. Yeah.
No problem, no problem. I should have been here, but there was a bit of an urgent situation here. Let's say
All good, dude. No need to
All
explain.
good. I got wrapped up in just trying to think of how that would work in a book. Charles was
Yeah.
looking it up. I was trying to think about how it would work, and it resulted in
Yes. I should do my usual thing I do in times like this, which is simply dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air.
well, look, instead of doing that and trying to invent more content than what we need, I mean, we could just if we want, we can just go ahead and get into Halloween 2, as it were.
Hmm.
We would like to do that. I mean, again, because we get a little bit more of a canvas now, and of course, let me see here if we can. I at least want to be able to show my beautiful shirt.
That is actually an awesome shirt.
Well, hoodie.
is
But either way, I
Well,
mean,
hoodie,
my mistake.
shirt,
I said,
tomato,
I said,
tomato.
I said shirt, but there's the guy. There's one of the guys. I thought there may be Hannibal Lecter up here, but not to be. Not to be on this one. So,
every time I say that, I'm like, God damn it, I want that.
so
Where did you get it?
this right here,
Huh?
off of Wish. It's either Wish or Geek. One of those two apps. You know what I'm saying? I got this off of for sure.
Okay, if you got it from Wish, I'm not going anywhere near that website.
What the hell, man?
Oh my god, the shit that you find on Wish is so fucking weird.
Oh, very cool.
No weirder than anything. No weirder than anything else that you might find when you go on the internet. But I mean, look, this thing
Have you
is
seen what's on eBay?
this thing is great. It's held up for the. I've had this for a while. It's held up. It's breathable. It's what I'm saying. It's very breathable, but still in a way, you know what I'm saying, still retains a bit of warmth when you need it though. It's a very unique material. Feels good, and like I said, I mean, it's got just about damn near every fucking monster or villain. It's got them all up here, man. Even Jaws. I mean, it's even got Jaws up here, pal.
Oh, I see him. I see him. I see Jaws. Yeah.
Next to Leatherface there, yeah.
Yeah, it's got him.
Bruce.
Now, even though it's got the remake, we do have the original. See, there. He goes.
Hold on a
There's
second.
there's our Tim Curry guy. There's our Tim Curry guy right there.
Mhm.
There he
Look,
is.
look. Bill Skarsgård did not do a bad job as Pennywise the Dancing Clown. He didn't do a bad job.
No, he did not. But I'm just saying, like I said, it's just see that's just another thing about it. No, he did not do a bad job. I'm not going to say that.
Look, my only if we're talking about comparisons between original actor and remake actor, my only issue with one of that is Jackie Earle Haley as Freddy Krueger.
I haven't seen it, and I've just got no interest in seeing it. If it doesn't have Robert Englund, I really don't care.
I would avoid it because they made a change to Freddy Krueger that I do not agree with. Because in the original Nightmare on Elm Street movie, Freddy Krueger's reasonings, like who he was when he killed those kids, there was no sexual component. He just killed kids because he was a child murderer. That's what he was. It was a power thing. There was no sexual component. It was just about power for him.
I could have sworn it was vaguely kind of implied, but never really.
Yeah, but that's not what I got from it. It's just
let me put it to you. I'll put it to you like this, because his thought process does have to be acknowledged. It's more of a, I wouldn't have called it pedo like, but you know what I'm saying. It's more on the girl side. It's a little bit more of a sexual tension component. You know what I'm saying? But more as they got older. You know what I'm saying?
So when they were already teenagers.
For the, and even still, that's a little. But you know what I'm saying? It's just, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
But no, it's just in the remake they went all in on that. They made him a full blown. I'm not gonna say the word.
So he was full like Dan Fogler. I mean Jared Fogle. I mean.
Yes. They went all in on that.
I was kidding, Dan Fogler. Don't sue me.
Yeah, but no, they went all in on that. They did, and I did not like that change. I didn't. It didn't feel like Freddy Krueger to me.
I mean, just the original way they did it, and I could have sworn it was kind of implied, but I don't know. But either way, like that, just him being a child murderer is much more in line with what made sense for those movies. The whole full blown pedo thing is just kind of it seems a bit unnecessary.
Well, as you
I
can
don't know.
see,
I mean, look, it's been a long time since I've seen the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, but I need to watch them again. But I don't know. It's just I always got the impression that it was always there was no sexual component. That it was always about just power for him. That there was no sexual component. It was just power. It made him feel empowered when he did that. That he enjoyed having power over the families, watching them suffer for what
I saw no implication of that. Hi, surprise.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yes,
Who's this?
We saw you in. I saw you enter the chat.
Oh, you saw me enter you? You saw when I came and entered?
Oh my God! I am not.
Freddy Krueger absolutely was about sexual stuff, especially with his daughter. It was very much implied that he was.
I was not a fan of that.
Sweet on her.
In the remake,
whole
yes.
Daughter thing.
No, in the originals, they had nothing to do with his daughter, did it? And I barely saw the remake.
Yeah, it was. They really made it about a fucking daughter. I never really had any indication of a daughter until way later on, and not like
they didn't even introduce the daughter until what was it, like Freddy 4 or 5?
No, Freddy's dead.
Freddy's dead.
It was that far in, really?
Yeah.
That was like what, 5 or 6?
Wait, we have had no flashbacks where we saw Freddy with his daughter at all?
Not before
Before
Freddy's
then?
dead. Not before Freddy's dead.
Wow.
I
Was
swear to
Shades
God.
waiting? Has he been here the whole whole time? Don't mean to gender assume. Just to say, is Jim Grindle on this?
No, it just
Followed
popped
by-
up before.
Gay,
Yeah.
not so gay. That's what they're gonna say next.
So what we do is some of us smoke weed, some of us drink. Well, at least a couple of us drink, and we all watch weird, unique content, and then we kind of congregate together as these 3 weirdos who like to discuss those things and other things.
3
around it.
weirdos, soon to be 4. TEE-HEE. I was telling Charles Weeden last night. I wanted nothing to do with the show, obviously, because Weeden and Stone know my feeling on these kinds of show for years. No interest, but you guys keep doing shit I fucking love. It's like, what the fuck's going on here? Why am I fucking avoiding this? This is, a wonderful place to be. But, I came, actually. I was just about to go live, and then I saw you. I remembered you guys were live. Because, yesterday happened. I got some stuff to talk about. That Brian Johnson wants to hang out with me.
Yes. Damn it, I forgot to reply to that. I didn't do that. Jim sent me pictures. He was crying. He was so happy.
I was like, I'm gay. I'm so gay. I'm so very, very gay. I said to him every time, I was like, Brian Johnson said my name. Brian Johnson said my name again. I'm gay. Brian Johnson said my name again. I'm really, really gay. Like 5 more times. Brian Johnson just said he wants to hang out with me. I am the gayest.
Well, can you do me a favor? Make sure he doesn't say my name, okay?
Nah, I will make sure of that. I don't want you getting any of that fucking
Gayness?
joy.
Yes, I
No,
agree with
no,
you.
that's all my Brian Johnson man candy. You can't have none.
Trust me, I want none of the gayness.
Man candy, man candy, man candy.
No. Hey boys, I'm here. Happens when you do
Hello.
that. Hello. It's weird. I woke up, speaking of candy men candy, I woke up to the weirdest, I don't want to take away from your conversation, but I woke up from the weirdest, to the weirdest episode of Frasier, where it was, the one gay radio host, the fancy boy, he's not,
Yeah.
it was him, and he had a producer who was so gay and was like, hello, and they were just talking about how heterosexual the both of them were, and is like, and the one guy was like, I swore he went the other way, and then the guy looks over and goes, hello, again. It's like that's how you tell someone's gay. They say hello, apparently.
So in that case, Jerry Lewis was gay.
Hey, lady. See, lady is after it. He's not saying, hey, penis, get inside of me. Yum, 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 yum.
What the fuck?
Jerry Lewis does not talk like that. Anyway,
Lady could be misdirection.
I do apologize to you, gentlemen. Though, no shine steel intended. But I got some shit to talk in the other place, and I gotta get off to work. So I can't stay, unfortunately, sadly.
Okay.
I know you guys are really upset about this, Stone. I know.
No,
Don't cry, Stone. It's okay. It's okay.
It's
No,
okay.
of course.
It's okay.
I always relish these moments of cheap pops on our show. You know what I'm saying? Of course.
Harsh, bro. Look, the only thing I want to say before I go is leg of man.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yes, we finally get to talk about it.
If Charles and I were hungry for fucking months after that episode.
Yep. Oh my god. Only Hannibal Lecter would make a leg look appetizing.
He makes all sorts of people look appetizing. It's fucked up.
No.
The love he puts into his dishes, it's worth it.
No,
Fucking chef's kiss.
no. That's why I told my no. That's why I told my daughter. That's why I told my daughter. Look, the fish. You know what I'm saying? The fish dishes and whatnot. The seafood dishes are the moments I really enjoyed because you can't
Because
you
there's
can't
no
fool
like
me.
that's
You can't fool
definitely
me with
fish.
those. Yeah, you can't fool me with those. But that other shit. I'm sorry. Once I realized it was leg, it
Could be a
became
vagina.
instantly.
Never mind.
It became instantly less advertising. It became instantly
Really?
less
Okay.
Oh
So-
yes, it did. Oh yes, it did. Oh my god.
So then I know your answer, but Damian, what about you? Knowing what Hannibal cooks and how Hannibal cooks, would you sit at his table?
Oh my
Maybe.
God, what are you doing?
But you know what? But you know, if we're being real here, while he's putting together his answer, we're being real here, okay?
Because he's got the seasonings, he's got the preparation. I mean,
the veal asobuco was that was fucking with me. It was fucking with me.
I'm saying.
It was fucking with me a little bit. I'm
You
not
would have to
gonna-
at least taste it.
No, I see. No, I'm just saying.
You've never
looks
sliced
so
off a
good.
little piece of yourself and put it in
You
a
know it's
pan
not
with
veal, but
salt
you
and
know it's not
garlic and
fucking
peppers?
veal though.
doesn't mean it's not tasty.
But you know it's not veal. You know it's not fucking veal.
Well, take it from Mason Verger. He takes off his nose, puts it in his mouth, and then says, "I'm full of myself."
I'm full of myself. That was fucking in a scene of pure horror. That made me laugh. One of the most twisted things I've ever seen, and I
gotta
still
won-
managed to get a laugh out of it.
I gotta wonder how that kid would have, would have did as a Joker though.
I
What did
was
you say
thinking
about
the
how
same
where he
thing.
gets his
I was like, he
yogurt
sounds
from?
like a Batman villain while he's slicing his face up.
Well, let me just say this: the showrunner of the show, Brian Fuller, actually described the relationship between Mason Verger and Hannibal Lecter, calling Mason the Joker to Hannibal's Batman. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all.
I kind of see what he's getting at, but
Trying, yeah,
Mm.
he's more Two-Faced than Batman, more than anything.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Honestly, it's just
Well, I mean, later on, he's more Two-Faced. Because, he's all fucked up looking.
no face.
I'm saying
I should-
Hannibal is more Two-Faced than Batman. Really,
This
you know,
isn't
but-
really a spoiler because you know that Mason is still alive because he survived the end of the season. But the actor that played Mason in season 2 will not be coming back in season 3.
But they really
Michael
roll-
Pitt
they-
from Boardwalk Empire.
But they really
Yeah,
roll around.
Mason was recast in season 3.
Really? I don't feel like I noticed that when I watched it.
Yeah, he was recast by somebody else. You're not really gonna notice it because he's wearing a lot of he's basically wearing a bunch of prosthetics.
I mean, from his at least half his face is plastic.
Yeah. It's just like you're not gonna notice it, but you can definitely hear it because the voice is different.
Well, you know what? I think I just I was talking like this now, right? Like
I was able to notice it. I was very, very able to notice it.
But the way he was talking, and you know what I'm saying, after that situation on this one sounded very, very, accurate to the way Gary Oldman sounded and fucking was it Hannibal Rising? I want to say.
No, it's just called Hannibal. The movie
Hannibal,
was just
okay.
called Hannibal.
It's just
Okay.
Hannibal. I was gonna say I haven't seen Hannibal Rising, but yeah, Hannibal. Yeah,
But yeah, so he did sound kind of like him, and they really changed the dynamic of their interaction from the movie to to the show. Though I would definitely say that. I don't know why, but they definitely did. Even though they still carry a lot of weird overtones to it. See, this is Jim's fault here. See, Jim's getting us into the Hannibal talk, we weren't quite there yet.
I know. That's why I feel bad. You guys are in the middle of Freddy, so I'm gonna get out of here so that so I don't ask you where does Hannibal get his yogurt from, and then start a conversation there.
You asshole. I don't know. Look, he trust me.
I bet he'd make that look delicious too, motherfucker.
What are you?
Hand churned.
What would he make? No. What would he make? No.
You know what?
No, I don't know.
I know you're scared of it because of the stuff, but was it the stuff? Did I get that title right?
Yeah, you got the type.
Okay, good.
Liquid man candy. Okay, that was good for me. I'll see you guys again soon.
Yeah,
Bye.
it was. You
TEE-HEE.
You awkward fuck.
Indeed.
Jesus Christ. Fucking, that was God. Oh, folks. Okay, well, that theme that wasn't really a theme. That's part of our theme here. The theme that we're kind of connected on until we finish.
See, that's the TEE. That's the TEE element of the show.
Yeah. TEE indeed. Anyway. Okay. But again, folks, our theme for this round of reviews until we, of course, finish the third and final season, which, by the way, I want to make sure that I let people know that I really think that in watching the first two seasons of Hannibal, yeah, there's no way on NBC they could have carried this on for 6-7 seasons. There's just no.
It's amazing we got as much as we did.
There's just no way they could carry on that show for 6. It just that's and again, like I said before, that's the Silence of the Lambs curse. See, Silence of the Lambs became a very brutal horror suspense movie that became a big deal because it won an Oscar and shit like that. So it became a big deal, but it's a curse too because what people have to embrace in those books and that was adapted into a movie is that there's a level of brutality that cannot be denied. You know what I'm saying? That can't be shaded, that can't be variated from, and you try it because it's such a big deal. It's Academy Award winning movies based on that. Why can't we? Why shouldn't we try? Why hasn't nobody tried it? And that's why. This is why. Why has nobody in NBC tried? Because that's why. Now, should Netflix try? I say, look, Netflix has done other. They should try this. They absolutely should try. But has it been too long?
Well, I saw something from Mads Mikkelsen recently where he's just like, pretty much he was saying we're just waiting for someone to pick this up again. Like he's totally down to get back into it.
So we're really feeling like, there's a feeling that the final wasn't really as final as it could have been or as it should have been for the third season.
Well, I recently looked at, I can't say anything because it goes deep into spoiler territory.
I remember you telling me it has somewhat of an ending.
It does. But the ending can go in either direction. It can go into a fourth season, or it can be tied up into a neat little bow.
Well, I read randomly that the creator said, I think this was while season 2 was out, that season 4 was going to actually go into the events of Red Dragon.
I remember hearing about this as well, but they were kind of forced into speeding it up because of the cancellation.
I would just more think of the consolidation or more concise, because it's just no way. I just don't. The cancellation is more about there's just no way that they could carry a show like this for 6 or 7 seasons.
Well, when Charles said 7, I was kind of like, that seems like a lot. Like this is something I could see as like 5.
Okay,
being a pretty perfect sort of run.
We have a challenge here,
but I don't know what the plan was.
Shades Cow here says talented directors can create gore without showing it like Jaws 1. But see, here's the thing. There's a basis for that. But you have to understand when the book was written and we're talking about pathology, serial killers, you know what I'm saying, behavioral, you know what I'm saying, patterns. A lot of this shit is, you know what I'm saying, is real. There are real sick people who do sick things, you know what I'm saying, out here. So there has to be a respect made to that. And that's why Silence of the Lambs works so well, because it paid the proper respect to, you know what I'm saying, someone who thinks and moves, you know what I'm saying, in these ways. So that's, you know what I'm saying, but that was the thing, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like the gift and the curse of this movie. You know, there's no way you can't show it, because then you're cheating, because then you're playing more into the entertainment value than what the movie is really about. It's really okay. I appreciate that. But yeah, but for everybody else, really it's about basically, how can I put this? You know, it's about, cuz see, it wasn't, I don't say it was gore for gore's sake. I mean, okay. You know what? Let me walk that back. On the show, I would say, I mean, things were gratuitous. I mean, the displays, the things, it was pretty wild. I mean, and I mean, it really was. I mean, but I mean, if that was, but I mean, again, if it gives proper respect to the book, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we can't shy away from it. You either got to do it or don't do it. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to certain books like this, but with Jaws, I mean, there was a little bit more of a backdrop that could be used to kind of hide some of that and imply some of that. It doesn't have to be shown in a way that. But then at certain points, you do see people getting grabbed in and pulled in, and you see somebody in the mouth of the damn shark as he's pulling them into the damn water. I mean, now you don't see him getting completely crunched out, but now in Jaws 3D, I was a kid. My mom took me to see that. I mean, I did see a guy get crunched in there. You know what I'm saying? The one guy, he did get his ass crunched in there a little bit. You could just see him in, like, that's kind of, yeah, that was kind of a weird moment to see a guy inside the shark kind of getting crunched up. You know what I'm saying? And just kind of you know. He doesn't quite get eaten, you know what I'm saying, swallowed or whatever the case, but he's kind of crunched and he's in there. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
And then, who's to say how much more gory Jaws would have been if the animatronic worked and they didn't have to rework a lot of stuff?
okay.
That's a lot of the reason why
See,
Jaws is the way it is.
see, I tried to stay away from that because I just wanted to deal with it as it were. But I mean, you do make a good point, of course. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's always going to be the thing. You know what I'm saying? At that point of advancements and so on and so forth, what, you know, so what could have been done if they could have had more to work with. But, you know, dealing with what they did work with, I would just say, you know, yeah, you know, the reality of the situation is you don't see a lot. Like, if you, unless you're right there upon a shark attack, you know what I'm saying, on somebody, which is very rare to kind of be somebody who's like right on there like that. I mean, you don't get to see what the hell happens. Yes, you see, much like the way Jaws was, you see the aftermath. Someone's arm gone, you know what I'm saying, or leg gone, or you know what I'm saying, or basically thigh cut open or some shit like that, but you don't see the actual shit happening. So that's kind of what Jaws kind of depicted, the realness of, you don't always get to see the shark attack, but you get to realize, okay, somebody's missing, or somebody's missing something. You know what I'm saying? So, you know,
Well,
it's kind
something turned up that, yeah, lets you know some
and
bad
then
shit happened
and
while they
the
were
kind
out there in that, just paddling about.
and the circle back, and with Silence of the Lambs and things like that, you get to see sometimes, as sick as it seems, as salacious as it seems, as over the top, it's being over the top, but you know, some of these motherfuckers do display people in sick ass ways, and they do shit, and they, you know, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer is real. I mean, he kept people in there, you know what I'm saying, in his fridge like leftovers. I mean, you know, this is not fucking, like, you know, he's Hannibal Lecter is made up, but he's not completely made up. If you know,
Yeah, like Ed Gein
I
made
gotta use
fucking
it. I gotta
lampshades.
use this. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But I'm just, it's like, yeah, he's not completely made up. So, and a lot of these people that they depict, they're not completely, I don't know. Although that guy with the whole with the whole beast suit. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, see,
All right, let's go
let's get
back.
into
We
Halloween.
we dipped it. Yeah, I was gonna say we went just the tip into Halloween 2.
Yeah,
Then we went off in a whole other direction.
we got to do it. Okay, we got to fucking do it. Okay, so we gotta let's just start from where he gets up and walks away. I mean, he takes a shitload of gun. I mean, and this is right from the one. I mean, he takes a shitload of gunshots, still walks away, and still manages to, you know what I'm saying, to
Six
beat it out of
shots,
there.
because Loomis says it like 5 times when the cop picks him up. Like, I shot him 6 times. Something, something. I shot him 6 times. Something, something. I shot him 6 times. And they get in the car and drive away. I think he shot him 6 times.
Okay, got it.
Hey, Loomis, how many times did you shoot him? 6 times.
All right.
So what do you think? Is it? I mean, is it treatment at the hospital? I mean, is it treatment by the cult? I mean, secret treatment when he was in the facility. I mean, what do you think the fuck it was that? I mean, because he was already on superhuman shit at that point. You know, what the fuck?
Yeah, like because Laurie said, like, why won't he die? No one has an answer.
Because this
She's
is
like, we don't know. He
Because, I
just
mean,
won't.
because she at least poked him a couple times. She, you know what I'm saying, she at least poked him a couple times during, you know what I'm saying, during their, you know what I'm saying, during their exchanges. You know what I'm saying? So, and then he takes the gunshots. And then
Loomis shot him 6 times.
and then he falls off of I believe second story at the very least. You know what I'm saying? Everything like that. So it's just like, so what do we
Which,
Go ahead.
as we say later in 2, like, just slipping on some blood and falling backwards is enough to completely fuck Jimmy up. This motherfucker got shot 6 times, fell off a balcony, and then he goes away like nothing happened. He just moves on
So
back into the shadows.
So what do we think? I mean, treatment. Does treatment get them all psyched up? Does regular treatment in that hospital, in that mental institution, get them all psyched up? Was he secretly being, you know, what I'm saying, being treated by the cult?
There is only one logical explanation. He must eat his vegetables.
Or he maybe, or maybe he has his nice, you know, what I'm saying, maybe he has his nice fucking, you know, what I'm saying, diet of long pig. You know what I'm saying, to make him strong.
Oh my God! You're integrating Hannibal into Halloween.
That's what we did. That's what the genius of fucking, you know what I'm saying, of fucking Damian Lecter did. He fucking basically paralleled, I mean, fucking Halloween imagery with Hannibal imagery. I mean, this is what we're doing here. I mean, I don't know, but I'm saying, like, I just feel like it's something, because all those years of just sitting there, you don't just get that just by sitting there and just, you know, something was going on. I mean, and you know what? Why am I being an idiot right now? The motherfucker, he knew him from the facility. He was talking to him. So yeah, I mean, it fucking stands to reason that he was sneaking people in there. That he would fucking work people in there to fucking treat his ass, and you know what I'm saying, and get him ready to be this unstoppable fucking, you know what I'm saying, ritual killing machine.
Because what, like, you would think, if anything, if it was just the psychiatric treatment, he'd be weaker, if anything. Like, what, are they giving him access to the weight room every day? Let this insane person fucking build up this mass that still wouldn't explain why he's able to take all these bullets, and so on and so on.
I would just say, like I said, that's why I still think, especially when I recall now seeing him in their exchange, you know what I'm saying, and knowing, like I said, I just feel like he being you know what I'm saying, being a doctor, and him being able to have the same sort of access that Loomis had. You know, it just shows me that maybe he had more access and was able to, you know, was able to get more treatment to him. The kind of treatment that he wanted to get to him.
Yeah, but I mean, him building up that mass and building up muscle, him working out and all that, he wouldn't even be able to stop the bullets even if he did all that.
No, that's the thing. Like, That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about like, yeah, he could be fucking bulky as shit, but being able to just take being shot 6 times and then a further however many fucking times and still be up and like Laurie shot him in like the fucking eye in one of those final sequences.
Not just one, but both.
It was both eyes. Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess it had to be
Because he
because
was
he's
like,
he's blind. He's slashing around, not knowing where he is, bleeding like a motherfucker, and he's still up.
yeah, I mean, and I don't know. I mean, I guess one thing I will say is just, I guess,
the in shape. I'm
yeah,
gonna leave that up till Stone gets back.
yeah, but I guess no matter what time period a horror movie comes out, some things just never change. You have idiots in a horror movie making bad decisions.
You mean like banging in a rehabilitation hot tub
Well, yeah,
that for some reason is allowed to get to scalding temperatures? You think wouldn't you think for that scene or for that wouldn't you have like some kind of cap on the temperature
yeah, there's that.
instead of just letting it get so hot that you can just take a woman and just constantly push her face under until there's like basically no skin left?
Also, why would you constantly lift her head back up and then down
Yeah,
under
like
again,
yeah,
and then up, then down under again? Just keep it under until she stops moving. Yes, I know how that sounds. I am describing what
it's a
Michael Myers.
movie.
Yeah, I'm describing what Michael Myers did in the movie. Why is he bringing her head back up and down under again in the fucking movie? Why is he doing that? I mean, hell, he was able to take getting shot 6 times, multiple times, but 6 times, multiple times, twice in the fucking eyes, and he was still standing. What? He can't take a little heat?
There's so much. Stone, I left that comment up for you. I thought you'd appreciate that.
The in shape.
But I mean, maybe he is getting off on it.
I mean,
I took it as more of like it was sort of more for the, I guess, the visual element, just to show the gradual progression. Like, you know, like put it down once, she's a bit burned. Next time, she's more burned until eventually it's just dead.
I guess that's the reason why they did it, is just to show the
Like,
progression.
I guess.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, another example of people being idiots is the moment where Michael was chasing her, and this is near the end of the movie, is when Michael was chasing her, and he just walks through the door, doesn't open the door. He's like, "Oh, fuck this door," and he just he just
when she
walks,
crawls in from outside.
yeah, he just walks
Yeah.
through the door and shatters the glass like it was nothing. And then Loomis shoots him again, which I think he shoots him again 6 times.
6 times.
Yeah, and I mean, and he falls down, and then Loomis keeps telling everybody, "Stay away from him! Stay away from him! He's not. He's still breathing."
And then the what was he? The marshal. He's just like, duh, but I think he's dead. Duh.
Yeah,
It's like, dude, what did I just fucking tell you? Stay away.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's like, what is the matter with you people, man? Come on.
Look, in a very ironic callback to Nicolas Cage, my guess would be a lot.
But I mean, dude, look, I get it. It's a horror movie, and the people in horror movies are not the sharpest tools in the shed. But I mean, come on, you cannot be that dumb.
No, I mean, but look, man.
Or maybe they can. I don't know.
Look, I mean, the thing is, the thing that you have to put yourself into, and that's kind of like the scenario that you kind of Like I used to dream about that scenario because it's a scenario of, how can I put this? Like you've never dealt with someone that's actively coming to kill you and things like that. And in a situation, and the thing about it is, it's a situation where like
Okay.
the hospital became more and more of a closed in situation, to where she couldn't run from house to house like from the first movie, and sort of dip and dodge through, and you know what I'm saying, kind of avoid them until they ended up in one spot, you know what I'm saying, maybe have that confrontation. That, you know what I'm saying, although the hospital was big, it still offered, and amazingly enough, he seemed to be able to know the ways, you know what I'm saying, the ways to kind of basically, the ways to kind of entrap, you know what I'm saying, people, you know what I'm saying, there. He just seemed to know how to, you know what I'm saying, that's just another fucking like thing that I always found weird, even as a kid. Like he just seemed to fucking know where to go. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody else seemed to be fucked up, you know, they be fucked up and confused trying to get around this hospital, and he's very calm walking. He seemed to know where the fuck to go. Like how? You know what I'm saying? It's like
He's like, I know where to go. I know how to get outside when I need to get outside. Like
he's
it was,
already
it
disabled.
was like
He's
he'd
already
studied the blueprints for this place.
disabling vehicles and things like that. You know what I'm saying? It's more than a brain dead. It's more than just a brain dead. You know what I'm saying? Psycho. He's got fucking focus. He's trying to make sure that no one can fucking go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? At least not quickly. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. It's just more to it, man.
I don't know, dude. It's just, I mean, I don't, like I was telling Damian while you were away. It's just, it doesn't matter what time period these types of movies come out. Some things just never change.
No, no. But see, this is the interesting thing about this whole series, which is being debated, and I think almost deserves a bit of a poll. I want to, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like, because we're discussing this all or nothing Halloween review to figure out which story arc, you know what I'm saying, is the best story arc. Is it the whole Sam Hain in the original, like set? Is it the Sam Hain connection for the most part, Cult of Thorn, you know what I'm saying, type of situation that drove Michael Myers forward, or is it Rob Zombie's version where it was, you know what I'm saying, weird depraved parents and family that, you know what I'm saying, that paved a mental pathway for Michael Myers to become, you know what I'm saying, the monster that he is, which, you know what I'm saying, which in my opinion still doesn't explain the fucking supernatural fucking like abilities that, you know what I'm saying, that he fucking seems to have. But I digress. Then you have the Danny McBride version, which is nothing but a showdown between some sort of personal vendetta showdown between Laurie and fucking Michael. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, which story arc is the better one? You know what I'm saying? I stand behind the Cult of Thorn version, the Sam Hain version. I would rather say either Cult of Thorn, aka Sam Hain version. That's the one that I feel like is the better story arc.
Because
Explain.
it sets it apart from so many other things. Just for one, but then two, it's just such an interesting way to do things.
I agree. So, like I said, if we were to put a poll together, that's what I would say. To see what people think. This, which story arc, you know what I'm saying, which story arc prevails, or should, you know what I'm saying, should have prevailed. Is, you know what I'm saying, is it, like I said, is it the Cult of Thorn arc, aka Sam Hain? Is it the fucking demented, you know what I'm saying, demented family arc from Rob Zombie, or is it this like eternal blood feud between Laurie and Michael and no one else?
Remind me when we're done. I'll actually put out that poll.
Okay, not a problem. But but yeah, I could definitely, as I think on two and the way that it ended, I could see how they felt like it was gonna be an ending. Like I could see how they felt that way. You know what I'm saying? The way he was burning. I mean, you could definitely feel like it was supposed to be an ending to this, but I just didn't think that there would be a 3 coming out and then it would be what it was. So it was just that
Well,
shit was just hella weird. If you're gonna end something, end it. Not saying okay, we're gonna end this and then it's gonna be this new thing. Like that's not what it. You know, why? I mean, why do you think? I mean, why do you think they wanted to end it there? Could you have seen? Could you have seen Halloween ending on just the 2 movies?
yes and no. Like, the way they ended it was pretty damn final, but I don't know, it still felt to me, and maybe it's the knowledge of knowing that there are future movies that makes me feel this way, but it still kind of felt to me like they were leaving something open somehow while making it seem like a final, an ending to that story. There was just something about it that just made me think there could have been a 3, well, a literal, next movie could have been
I
the
continue.
actual sequel to this, yeah, instead of it
Okay.
being 4. That was the actual continuation.
And
I don't know.
Charles,
There's just something about it.
how about you, Charles?
I mean, having not watched any of the Halloween movies, I can say that the way the second one ended, yeah, I could see how this could be seen as the final film. And how, from what I've heard of the third movie basically being a standalone and not really being involved with Michael Myers as a whole,
Hmm.
I don't know. It's just, I think I'm content with just like leaving it as is. I'm still gonna watch the other movies, of course, but
But then it
All or
obliter.
none.
But then it really honestly, I feel like without that, if it stops at 2, then the original would never prevail. The original would never really prevail over the situation. Like the only real iconic status it would have at that point would be Loomis. That would be the only bit of icon status that it would actually fucking have. It would be no more than that. It would be no more story to it. It would just simply be Laurie versus Michael, and she ended him in 2. Along with Loomis, ended him in 2, and that was that. There would be no need. Like this would be like Back to the Future. If that happened, there would be no need for Danny McBride's Halloween.
It's true.
that is true, yeah. But I will say that after watching Halloween 2, it made me think of another horror movie franchise that kind of made me feel the same way, and
The
that is
Fast and the Furious.
no.
No.
It made me think of the Hellraiser movies because not for what you might think, but Hellraiser to me, I've only ever seen the first 4 Hellraiser movies, but from what I've heard, all the movies after Hellraiser Bloodline, which is the 4th one, were pretty shit, like all pretty much crap. But in my opinion, the only Hellraiser movies that are legitimately good are the first 2. That's it. And they're the only ones that are really all that connected. And I got the same feeling from Halloween and Halloween 2. Because in Halloween, the first one, Laurie Strode is introduced. She's doing her whole thing. She's moving through the motions. She's trying to survive Michael Myers' attacks. And then Halloween 2 happens, and it takes place right after the first movie. Like she's rushed to the hospital. She's being treated for her wounds. and Michael Myers has now found her at the hospital and he's trying to kill her again. And it's right after that. That just reminds me of what Hellraiser and Hellbound Hellraiser 2 did. It's not exactly the same, but it is similar.
Definitely similar, yeah. I'll be
Yeah,
back in a second.
it's
Okay.
similar. And I don't know, it's just I don't it was just it was interesting to me that there were those similarities. And I don't know. I saw the similarities there, and yeah,
I just felt like, again, like I was saying before, about art as it were. I just felt like the canvas, the blank canvas that Halloween was initially when the first movie came out, it was more that needed to be painted onto it, or else it became just another, run of the mill slasher movie and whatnot. You know, and it was like, it's kind of funny here. I just want to get this one up if we could, but she got her hair done in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. Awesome continuity. Okay, I don't know, man. Look,
that is a little thing that we like to call movie magic.
but or you could sit here and debate the situation and say it was fucking going into the 80s but still leading to the 70s. A lot of hairspray, a lot of, what I'm saying. I know she had a very harrowing experience, but I mean, her hair wasn't the craziest, I guess. You know what I'm saying? A lot of hairspray, but suspend your belief maybe. I
Her
don't know.
friends in the first movie had crazier hair than she did.
I'm just saying, like, crazy hold. And I mean, her hair didn't get all completely muffed up, I guess. I don't, I've seen worse. I've seen worse with somebody who's almost killed. Their hair looked much worse. But maybe, what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just overlooking the details. But yeah, it happens. I'm just saying, maybe just suspend your belief a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit. Older movies that, you got to give them, you got to let some of that stuff go. It's the way it is, man. It's cool. It's cool, man. But no, but seriously, I mean, not seriously. I mean, it's fucking TEE TV was not completely serious, but I mean, I just want to get off of just kind of running into that. But I just want to say that it's just kind of a weird situation. I know some movies are supposed to end, but I just felt like it would have been incomplete. In a way, I guess I kind of get what Damian is saying. It would have been incomplete to leave it at the way that it was kind of left. But maybe, I mean, unless it becomes just a run of the mill slasher movie, to where it finally ends after that point. She, you know what I'm saying? He kind of gets away. She finally, but she finally gets him. Her and Loomis finally get him in the end, at the hospital, and it's done. And would it have still been talked about out of all this time? Would it still been other adaptations of it? You know what I'm saying? Off of these two movies, you know what I'm saying? Would it have been? I don't think so. I don't think it would have been. I don't think the cult following, you know what I'm saying, the groundswell of it would have been there if they would have ended it right at the two. And maybe doing three the way they did was just the controversy they needed to spark back up the whole franchise. But I don't know. I just felt like two, just, saying, from what you said, in a way, maybe that's the reason, like, they really came back at it fairly quickly and fairly continuous from the other part. Like, she didn't get that much time to rest off that situation before she was dealing right back into shit again. And so, and like I said, and then to have it ended the way it ended, like that, and then just to be like, okay, shot in the eyes, all of a sudden the blow up, he's being burned, he doesn't try to do anything about it, he's just going down, and that's the way. I don't know. It just seemed like maybe, like you said, something was missing. Maybe it was a little too convenient. It was a little bit too a convenient of a situation, a convenient of an ending from the way that it ended in the first movie. So, because if you're going to end it that way with him being able to go down and shot in the eyes, accurately in the eyes, and he's going down. All of a sudden, the burn, and like just have him take the 6 shots and die. But I don't. I mean, I don't know. What do you? I mean, I still feel like that at that point it was still more of a picture being painted of what this whole franchise was that wouldn't have been there if it stopped at two.
I mean, just by introducing the whole Sam Hain thing,
Yeah,
like very vaguely, but it was still like it was a prominent scene in the movie. So to just sort of introduce that and then pretty much leave it would feel like, yeah, I would have questions forever. Which maybe that was the intent at the time. I don't know exactly, but
but like I said, but like you said though, if to think about that and where that comes from, and for him to only have it to be about a vendetta thing between him, to seem like a vendetta thing between him and Lori, it just wouldn't have sold that at all. So it had to kind of depict more of a situation where he just going and going, what I'm saying? And even with, saying nieces and all this type of stuff, he's just going after, saying everybody, no matter what age and everything like that. So it was just the arc needed to be there. Like outside of three and certain things, like I said, but the overall arc needed to be there. Certain movies needed to be put in place in order to further that overall story. So I do gotta say those movies outside of three needed each other. So I do gotta give that much of an admission to that.
but I did love the whole taking place in one night thing, which you very rarely get from sequels where they directly continue on from each other like this. Like I can think of very few examples. And I did love that, where if you took out the end credits of one, the intro credits of two, it basically makes one long movie.
Mhm.
But then, like I said, and then even saying that even more says that the other movies were needed to really further the story.
Yeah, because this one, like, it's very much, yeah, it's two halves of the same beginning.
Because those two movies, all you take away is a blank face slasher that was, what I'm saying, that seemingly had a hard on about killing his sisters. You know what I'm saying? And that's where you would leave that, what I'm saying, that saga of Michael Myers and Halloween.
Yeah, but they're constantly teasing there being more to that.
Oh
It
yeah.
just isn't elaborated on yet.
But do you feel like, okay, now was there ever a editing in those movies? Because I know there was something in, what I'm saying, in certain scenes that definitely alluded to it, that I felt like I wasn't seeing, what I'm saying, when I would watch movies. I mean, am I right on that?
Wait, how do you mean?
I felt like there was something in certain scenes, so either one or two. No, maybe, okay, actually maybe more one. That was, maybe, like I said, definitely one, because everything was about the hospital in two. So maybe in one there was some scene that was sort of allude to that, but I felt like it was like edited, and for some reason it was something they edited it out. Like whenever they showed it on other networks or whatever, you wouldn't see that.
Possibly. I'm not sure. Trying to think.
Maybe, I mean, like where they're really showing like the full movie and certain things were intended. Because I believe it was a scene in like a school where something was alluded to it. You know what I'm saying? It was like something that was happening. You know what I'm saying, near. You know what I'm saying, near, or in one of the schools, in one of the classrooms where something was. I'm feeling like there was a scene that I'm seeing that I can't catch, because it's like I haven't seen it in so long. But but I remember someone saying something about it. But it's like every time I watch either one of those first two movies, especially I try to look at them both, and I see nothing that alludes to that anymore. Is it just me? Where do you see it
Like,
alluded to
what you're
then?
saying sounds familiar. I'm just.
So where, I mean, because where do you see it alluded to more than? because at this point, the only thing I have was when see 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 somebody else saw it. Someone else saw it.
Blood on the wall. Cryptic writing.
And I don't know if I don't know if Sam Hain was actually written up there, but something it was something in the classroom was something it was definitely alluding to something. And it's like, but whenever I
Oh
watch
shit.
it,
Like, I don't know. I was just thinking of two. Two definitely had the scene with Sam Hain written in blood on the whiteboard.
okay, okay, so it wasn't edited out. It was there, so I'm just missing it.
No, it was there. So, sorry, I fucking. As I said, I'm kind of brain dead today.
Okay,
I just watched the fucking movie. But yeah,
no
it
one
was. They were looking
and
at Sam Hain written in blood in the
and no
school
one.
on the whiteboard.
So okay, so definitely not edited out. It's just something that I just keep overlooking. You know what I'm saying? I keep seeming to miss that part. I guess that's weird. That's fucking
I think
weird.
because and the only time it's really addressed is later on when Loomis is in the back of the marshal's car, and he's talking about how the Druids used to sacrifice animals. They used to burn them alive in baskets, and fuck, I'm trying to remember what he said. Something about trying to learn from the way they died. Like, yeah, they didn't really touch on it too much outside. Like, I don't think outside of that scene, and yeah, the scene where he's explaining to that chick that comes and picks him up, tells him he has to go back to the hospital because the governor ordered it, and she's just like, yeah, he's trying to explain to her this whole thing about the Druids 2,000 years ago, how they used to do things, and his summary is just like, yeah, 2,000 years and nothing's really changed. Damn it, I wish I could remember exactly what he said.
Wow. Well, at least you know what? At least we got there though, and it was part two as we, it's part two as as we definitely as we finally started to get to, and thank you. Everybody's being very supportive. That's what we should have did, but I'm kind of like self-challenging like that. I just don't always feel like I want to go. I guess I don't know. Maybe it's the curse of me being like an older millennial type. Is like I'm old enough to not have the technologies and what I'm saying, and being able to have to deal with life in that way and just using my memory and my keen sense of details and accurate, what I'm saying, and accurate basically information, and being a movie buff and content buff to remember things, but also being able to immerse myself in the technology and use all of that. So it's kind of like, yeah, I kind of know that I could have Googled it and could have found it out, but I wanted to be able to just use my mind's eye,
That's
and
it. Like, I should look things up more, but I'd rather it bug me for a couple days and then finally be like, aha!
I really just, I hate it because I just think that, I don't know, man. Has there ever been? Let me ask you this real quick while we're kind of just in this middle phase here. Has there ever been a movie that you can recall that really deals with like the horror of someone like losing, losing their mental, not like going crazy, but mentally devolving, they used to be so fucking intelligent, and they're just starting to lose their intelligence, even basic shit, and just the horror of that shit and how that could drive someone crazy. Not like Alzheimer's and like where you start to get dementia or whatever, but maybe the rage of it starts to fucking, the fear and the rage of what you're becoming or what you used to be starts to fucking, send you into a fucking like psychotic fucking break, in a way. Like, because you
I
start to
feel
feel
like I've got
like
something rattling around in my brain, but it's not coming to me.
like you start to feel like, because you start to lose your higher intelligence, and everything like that, like one becomes like one starts to become more savage. One starts to become savage because they feel like their brain is becoming more savage. So they just kind of devolve into savagery, in a way. Is that like does that something? Do you feel like that could work?
I feel like it definitely work. You like presented with like very strong visual element, like that could work very well.
What do you think, Charles? You seem disturbed. I don't know.
I'm actually trying to focus and at the same time trying to stay awake, so I'm only half listening.
Oh my
So,
god!
yeah.
At
Look,
least
I
you.
only
Who are you
got three
guys
hours.
again?
I only got 3 hours of sleep, dude.
See what? But see, this is the. But see, this is the. This is supposed to be the beauty of us already having the content set up, so that we can have a little bit more of the relaxation to handle it and get the sleep that we need, so that we're not
Yes.
ragged. I want you guys to like the show and like the process of getting up for the show. I do. Like I slept like a fucking baby. Oh my
What does
god.
that even mean?
Huh?
Slept like a baby.
Fetal position.
Yeah, but do babies even sleep? Because all I've ever heard about babies sleeping is that they spend all night crying their heads off.
Nope. Not my little guy. That guy sleeps well, and then when he gets up, he's like a fucking ambulance alarm.
All right, whatever. But what was the question again?
I would like to see what you would think about a movie that focuses on the horrors and the and I guess the consequences of someone that some way or another, because we don't want the focus to be so much on the Alzheimer's or this or that, but someone that starts to lose, someone highly intelligent, highly, what I'm saying, just highly respected, they start to lose their mental, what I'm saying, their mental strength and things like that. And as a result, they start to become enraged, what I'm saying, they start to reflect the savage, what I'm saying, the savage, what I'm saying, where they feel like they're becoming in their own brain because of what they're losing and things like that. And, it sends them into, a violent break at that point. I mean, I was asking initially, had there been a movie that depicted that at all, and and then I asked, could something like that work?
Okay, so
Sort of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde without the potion.
Because
like a
I
Dr.
feel like
Jekyll
I've
and Mr.
seen at least. Sorry, you go.
No, please.
A Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde without the potion. I mean, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
That would be a very interesting storyline. I mean, I'd be open
it's
to
like
it.
I feel like I've seen things kind of like it, but they're never horror movies though. It's more like a deeply psychological kind of thing without that really twisted element to it. More just kind of depressing drama.
Like when, like,
But even
like,
then,
let's see,
in that specific way, though, I'm not
like
sure.
put it, like when, like it's almost like how, it's almost like in Primal in a way, like where they discuss, what I'm saying, like in a particular episode where the men were in this very nice home, very very nice home. Is I don't know if you ever heard of Primal, Charles, on Adult Swim.
No, I haven't.
It
It's really good. I
basically,
got to get back to that.
yeah, it kind of depicts, you know, okay, Gennady Tartakovsky, I believe I'm getting his name right. Um, it depicts his view of what like what I'm saying, the early world was like. You know what I'm saying? Cave, what I'm saying, sort of like early prehistoric man type world was like. Super, what I'm saying, super big, almost everything super aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Humanoid this, humanoid that. You know what I'm saying? There's just a lot of things that that he passed through. You know what I'm saying? Killer Vikings. You would enjoy that. You know what I'm saying?
A
Even one
show
who makes
presented without dialogue.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? There's very few people that speak in this. You know what I'm saying? Very few. And then those that do speak a certain other language that connects to certain old world, you know what I'm saying, old world populations, I guess you could say. So, but the
Okay.
Vikings, like I say, even like I said, the Killer Vikings, you would enjoy that. Even one who makes a deal with the devil, and comes back as a and come back as pretty much pretty much part of the the flame member of the Fantastic Four almost. You know, in a way, it's
You're
you
talking
know
about the Human Torch?
yes, yeah, but
What's his
it's
name?
pretty fun.
Johnny
It's a pretty
something.
fun movie. But there was a particular, but in that show, there was a particular conversation that these men were having, these civilized, intelligent men that they were having about basically instinctual, primal, savage nature, and certain, saying how certain people, or certain circumstances could bring one to that. And one was speaking about being in like that sort of like jungle environment and what they had to deal with and so on and so forth. And around that same time, paralleling their conversation, there was this guy who was locked up in a hospital for the criminally insane. The way they depicted him in the animation, he seemed like pretty much he pretty much seemed beast like in almost
Yeah.
every way. And he escapes. He he escapes. He's very, what I'm saying? And like I said, when I say beast, like he's very agile, very, very agile, and in a sort of like jungle cat sort of way, and super aggressive. And somehow he makes his way to that mansion to have these, to have these men deal with that, that environment being brought because, and of course, and in this palatial environment, as most of those, as most of those douchebag environments have, they have a ton of animals on the wall and around and things like that of conquests and so on and so forth. So it was time for them to be tested once again. It was quite an episode that kind of spoke into that whole thing, and I think that's where I kind of think about it as when you're kind of forced back into the the knowledge that one sort of primal man would have, what would that how would that cause you to react in a way? Like you lose all your intelligence and it devolves down to just basic seeing things and trying to get what I'm saying, and what little understanding of what you have, you're trying to get what you need or do whatever it is you're trying to do. I mean, how would that devolve things? I mean, how and with that devolving period, how would that affect you mentally as far as how you interact with people? It's an interesting concept, I think.
Mm, yeah.
Just
Yeah,
saying.
it is an interesting concept. Yeah. Um, and I don't know. I mean, as you were talking about, like you were, I mean, you know, Michael Myers being more. I you didn't
Prime.
use this word exactly, but basically being animalistic, I guess is the word I would use. Maybe.
Um, he on the other hand, like Hannibal, for example, that's Hannibal. Like Hannibal, for example, is a unique character. He has a unique characteristic of being animalistic, but at the same time still being highly intelligent. It seemed like his high intelligence didn't devolve, but his sense of morality and
Mm-hmm.
decency, as it what I'm saying, as it came to how he dealt with people, it's but his intelligence about it all didn't seem to go away. It's very it was very That's why he always remains a unique monster in that way, because he's still very highly intelligent about everything that he does, but he just never seems to have any sense of, he seems to have lost any sense of what he was doing was wrong. You know what I'm saying? And he doesn't really even see himself as animalistic. He sees the people that he sees the rude that he takes as animalistic more than he. You know, they're the pigs. You know what I'm saying? They're the animals. They're the beast of burden, not him. You know, so
But
it's just like,
that's it. Like as is pointed out at one point, once he views someone as just being simple as being rude, they become a non-human to him.
or anyone will see. Well, he doesn't call. See, no, and even deeper, as we're going to get into that pretty soon. He doesn't consider it cannibalism if he doesn't consider the person equal to him.
Yeah,
So it means that
which his standards for
so even
being
beyond,
equal.
so even beyond being rude, like he would eat someone that he respects. See, that's what I started to realize after a while. He basically would prefer eating the rude, but he would eat someone that he respects and things like that. You know, as you know what I'm saying, as that has its own benefits of eating someone that you respect, you know, and things of that nature. But him eating, so that's where he would consider it cannibalism. If he eats someone that he respects or he sees as equal to him, that's somewhat cannibalism. You're taking on their spirit, their strength, as sort of Native Americans would push, you know what I'm saying, push that forward. Well, more narrative of animal than man, I would say. Let me just say that so I don't put, you know. And I would definitely say that as far as the rude goes, I mean, I think that's just more of just a high preference, but you know what I'm saying. But they wouldn't consider cannibal. He would consider them just eating any regular animal overall if they would happen to be rude. So I guess yeah, you know. So I guess it kind of rounds out to about that way. But let's see what we think about this here. Hannibal has always had a superiority complex. It's the heart of his character. Also, vanity can justify a lot of horrible acts. But see, I would say Anthony Hopkins, Hannibal. He I guess he evolved long beyond wanting to explain who he was to anyone. Like his vainness was, you know what I'm saying, at that point, you know what I'm saying, that point had that Hannibal Lecter, you know what I'm saying, that Hannibal Lecter had gone beyond wanting to explain and wanting people to see or care or anything. You know, he was way beyond that.
That version of Hannibal was not at all worried about being alone on this earth.
Or being seen, or being vain, or you know, he had no, all of that stuff had washed away. Once he was caught, all of that had washed away. So that was never. It was still his high intelligence, his danger. You know what I'm saying, his overall purpose, and just that's always that became the heart of the way Hopkins played him anyway. You know, it became this thing of like his super intelligence and his super focus and just not having any boundaries as far as like any damn thing. You know, that was, it was all gone. You know, it was all fucking gone. But yeah, superiority complex, yeah, that's yeah, I think that's always, yeah, he's always felt superior.
Oh
That is
god,
for,
yeah.
like I said, that is for sure. That's the definitely, that is definitely, but with Hannibal,
That's why, like, when you said, like, before his evaluation for someone who's equal to him, it someone being equal to him in his mind doesn't really exist. There's always like there's possibilities that he entertains, but like Will is pretty much the only one that, I think, in his mind, even comes sort of close. That's why he's willing to do what he does with Will.
well,
All right.
let's just get into it then, because it seemed like we really want to, and we want to make sure that we can have Charles get in some send some contributions here before he drops off because I want to
Oh,
let Charles. I want to let Charles know that if you do feel like,
yeah.
you know,
I'm still here. I just had to go audio only.
no, but if you do feel like you just want to, you know, you want to bow out a little bit, you know what I'm saying, early, don't feel any shame in that.
Well, I
But
mean, I don't want to leave you guys here with just the two of you. I know that we're a team of three people. It's just,
and like
look,
it,
it's
go ahead.
like, I mean, what I normally do to help myself wake up is I talk, like, I have a wireless headset, so I will talk to you guys and be a part of the conversation. I'm just not going to be sitting in my chair. I'm just going to be talking to you guys, be a part of the conversation, but I'm going to be pacing. I'm just going to be walking around my room while I'm talking. I just don't want to be
Wake the
doing
body up.
that. I just don't want to be doing that on camera.
Fair enough.
So yeah, because it's
Jim
going to be
Grindle
kind of.
types might gif it.
I'm so. What is he? What is he typing?
I said Jim Grindle types might gif it.
Jim Grindle types might give it.
GIF it.
Oh, okay.
GIF.
Gifted. Oh, all right. Yeah. Oh, whatever. All right. But anywho, yes.
What?
So where exactly are we on Hannibal season 2?
Okay, well, we can go where we want. I mean, I just want to just some things that I want to state. I mean, of course, we of course, as people may or may not know, if they have or have not saw it, we of course come on season 2 where where Hannibal has successfully shifted the focus onto Will. Um, I
Yes.
think I think it's because, and I think that the subsequent trial that would begin would establish that they used that primarily the damning against Will was his being on the spectrum. His being on the spectrum was being used as a detriment to keep him out of the FBI as an agent, and it was being used as a basis of why, what I'm saying, of why he had some sort of like break or whatever, and this happened, and everything like that. And of course, that was due in part to, Hannibal Lecter hiding the encephalitis that was going on in his brain, but yet and still, people still.
Which that also doesn't seem to play at all in this season. It's almost like that part never happened.
What, the encephalitis?
Yeah, it's just kind of ignored. It's almost like it went away.
Well, I mean, with proper treatment and all that stuff, and getting the antibiotics, and
Also, that is something that's actually fixable.
it is, yeah. But
Okay, because the way it's
so
presented in season one, like that's I thought that was something that's like once you got that you got nowhere to go but down.
no. It's treatable. Yeah, and
Yeah.
like you can take care of it.
And then eventually, of course, as we realize, as as the gossipy, Dr. Chilton starts to discover and it starts to get confirmed that there was some things going on, that maybe some of that stuff did get seen to. It's just not so much to focus on. It's not like we're really dealing in the encephalitis, as it were, as more as we're dealing into the the tumor that is fucking Hannibal Lecter in Graham's brain. More than anything.
Was arguably buried deeper than any tumor could be.
But
He's
he's like
Yeah.
a
fucking right in there.
But he
Oh yeah.
definitely on this show he definitely comes off more like a fucking vampire than at any point. I mean, there's always been that tone of that, but on this show especially, he really comes off like a fucking vampire though. Like the way he had
Yeah,
people just.
like
No, go
yeah,
ahead.
like
Go
you
ahead.
could show me some stuff out of context with this show and be like, oh, this is a vampire show, right? Like if you took the right things out of context, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is some guy training his familiar or whatever.
I could definitely see what's his name? Crap! Holy crap! I must be tired because I forgot his fucking name. Uh, Mads Mikkelsen. I could definitely see Mads Mikkelsen being a vampire in some show.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I could definitely see it.
I gotta check out more of his stuff. I've only seen him in select few things. Really, it's pretty much like this Death Stranding, Casino Royale. He was in
I've
Rogue One. Like I've only
I've
seen him
never
in so many things, but he's always good.
I've never seen him in. I've never seen Casino Royale. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's a
I
decent
want
movie.
I want to see it, but I've never seen it. But I saw Rogue One. Unfortunately, I have seen Rogue One 3 times, and each time it progressively got worse. I
Really,
Yeah, I did not like Rogue One at all.
I loved that when I saw it. Like the first and only time.
I fucking hated Rogue One. When I
Yeah,
saw it the first time I saw the movie, I was like, okay, this is a Star Wars movie. I think I'm gonna like it. So when I went to see it, I thought this was the stupidest shit I've ever fucking seen. And then the second time I saw it, it was with my brother who wanted to see it. And I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe I'm seeing it a second time. And then the third
why are you
time
doing this to me?
And then, of course, the third time I saw it, my cousin wanted to see it, and I was like, fuck. And it's just like, fine, I will go see it a third time. And when I went to see it a third time, I literally fell asleep at the theater.
Wow.
I
I
passed
think
out.
the only time I've fallen asleep in the theater was during it was Robin Hood with I think it was the Russell Crowe one.
Well, you know what? I'm not surprised by that because that's the bad one.
Yeah, I thought there's a good reason I fell asleep. I
Yeah,
think
the the
I was well, I don't think I definitely was very high, but I've been very high in movies before and I've never fallen asleep. That one I just fucking I just passed out.
But no, just the Kevin Costner, like the Kevin Costner Robin Hood movie is notoriously bad.
Was it Kevin Costner? I thought it was Russell Crowe.
Oh wait, Kevin Costner did a Robin Hood movie.
God damn it! Now you're making me
No,
look it up.
but
I
no,
think it
no,
was
Russell Crowe did one too. So which one are you
he
talking
did.
about?
I'm gonna look it up right now. I think it was. I'm fairly sure it was made by Ridley Scott,
Oh, that might have been the Russell
which
Crowe one.
I'm fairly sure it was. Like that's how good that movie was. I both fell asleep and barely fucking remember it.
Yeah, that might have been the Russell Crowe one.
Ridley Scott, Robin
Yeah,
Hood.
because Kevin Costner was not the Ridley Scott one.
That was more recent, right? That one,
Yeah, Russell Crowe was the recent one.
2010. Yeah, it was definitely this one.
Yeah,
Directed by Ridley Scott, starring Russell Crowe, Kate Blanchett, William Hurt,
let me guess. Kate Blanchett
Max von Sydow.
played Maid Marian.
Let's have a look. Yeah, yeah, she did.
Of course she did, because Kate Blanchett plays all the leading ladies.
Yeah, fucking. I still don't know how to pronounce her name. Leah Saito. Chick who
Leia
played
Seydoux.
Fragile, and yeah,
Yeah, her name is Leia Seydoux.
I don't even remember in that. So I'm guessing that was part of when I fell asleep.
Yeah, Leia Seydoux is a French actress. She, like you said, she played Fragile. Yeah, she played Fragile in Death Stranding, which she was amazing in that game.
She was like that. That's the only thing I can think of seeing her in, but she was
Uh,
very
she she
good.
w- she was
Oh,
also
wait,
in.
she was
She
in
was
Inglorious Bastards.
I believe she was, yes, and she was
Was she
also
in that?
in Mad Max Fury Road.
She's in Fury Road. Wow.
Yeah. I what else was she in? She was also in that that Cronenberg movie that he did recently with Viggo
Oh,
Mortensen.
I just grabbed that. Crimes of the Future.
Yeah, she was in that as well. Crap. What else has she done? Um, Oh, she's also going
Mission
to be in
Impossible Ghost Protocol.
she's also going to be in Dune Part 2. She's going to be in that.
Yeah, she was a Bond girl, Madeline Swan in Spectre and No Time to Die, which I haven't seen, but that's cool.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she was in No Time to Die. I started that movie, but I did finish it. Yeah, but she wasn't.
I haven't seen a Daniel Craig Bond movie since Casino Royale. I just
They're
wasn't the biggest
mostly
fan of
good.
him as Bond. But then I like Pierce Brosnan, and most people say he sucks, so maybe I suck.
Timothy Dalton sucked worse though, but I'm just saying.
Pierce,
Yeah.
look, I was always more of a fan of Pierce Brosnan as well. I mean, I liked him too.
Roger Moore, best guy. Roger Moore, best guy.
Hey,
Top guy.
yeah, you
Roger
gotta
Moore.
go tough to beat Roger Moore and Sean Connery. But I don't know,
Yeah,
maybe it's a
Sean
nostalgia
Sean
thing.
Connery,
Like,
Sean Connery is like one of the best Bond, but all right, no.
It's like-
No. Let me rephrase that. Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton.
What about him? What about Timothy Dalton in the same breath as Sean Connery?
yeah, wait a minute.
I like Timothy Dalton as James Bond.
Okay. Sure.
Come on, what the hell?
I like him better. I like him better as cousin Sissy
What does that mean?
from Hot Fuzz. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
I must be tired. Okay.
I like him better
Yes,
there.
he was great in Hot Fuzz. Yeah. He's like, get out of my village. It's not your village anymore.
Yeah, love that. But I gotta say, look, it was funny to me. Like Freddie Lounds, I don't know where we were with. I don't know where we were with this, but Freddie Lounds is just like her style, her clothing style offends me. Just God.
Her entire presence offends me. I do not like that woman at all.
But yeah, see, yeah,
Charles is not a fan of the redheads.
I don't. It's not that she's a redhead. It's the fact that she's a bitch.
Did
Oh my
anybody?
God, I
Well,
don't
yeah.
like-
Did anybody get the? But did anybody real quick though? Did anybody get the clever little joke they tried to make about when they when it was thought that Freddie Lounds was killed?
Well, you can't see me on camera, but I'm totally doing air quotes at the moment. Killed.
Yeah.
But
no, maybe, but
and he thought and he possibly had him thinking that the meat that he was giving him was Freddie Lounds, and
Oh my God.
all of a sudden Hannibal Lecter goes, "You sliced the ginger."
Oh. Oh my God.
I didn't like.
I did
I remember
pick
that,
up
but
on
I
that.
didn't even catch that.
I seriously thought he was talking about ginger root. I thought that's what he was talking about.
I mean, he probably was. I mean, but come on. I mean, come on.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, like now
Come
that you say that, I'm like, yeah, there's no way that wasn't a little twofer.
Oh my God, that is twice now. Twice that I missed that. Oh my God. First time is the first time I watched it, and the second time is the second time I watched it. Son of a bitch.
But yeah, so but this is her style. Like when she came into court, like her outfit when she came into court looked like she looked like a little girl who got into her mother's closet and thought this is what rich girls wear when they want to be fancy. You know what I'm
She's
saying?
like, ooh, look at me. I look all prim and proper. Ooh.
You stupid bitch.
But her style, I mean, those patterns, man. I mean, oh my God, it's just like, oh my God, the way she would get her hair really all curled up like that and all, like, oh my God, it's just like, oh jeez, like she is so like, oh my God, and I forgot what scene that she was in where she looked like she was so trying to be Rachel McAdams from fucking Sherlock Holmes. You know what I'm saying? It was killing me. I'm like, what the hell? Look at this fucking shirt and this jacket. I'm like, what the fuck is she trying to be here?
Oh my God.
Just stop it. Whatever you're doing, stop it.
Like they made her look just foolish overall, and just how she would do things. And as a journalist myself, like I've never been a person who believed in like working my way into a conversation with people by making up bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Or trying to insinuate bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And because I try to confident, like everything ain't a fucking card game. You know what I'm saying? When everything's not a fucking card game when you're trying to, you know, get to the truth. When you're trying to figure out information, it's not trying to bluff somebody into believing that you believe this or that you think this. It's just to me, it's dumb. Like just everything that they made her like the question of if it's bad script writing or just how they wanted to write her. Why am I here? To Will Graham, why am I here? You chose to come there. Now why? Now the actual question you should have asked him is, why did you invite me here? You know what I'm saying? Why did you ask me to meet you? Not why am I here? You know what I'm saying? He didn't grab you and have you kidnapped. You know, you came, you chose to come there. You made a decision that somehow his wanting to meet you was something that you wanted to find out about, and you chose to come. That it just comes off as such a dumbass question.
For someone who's supposedly this really intelligent journalist with all this integrity and stuff, and she just
Oh my God!
isn't.
What integrity? She doesn't have any.
Exactly, like that. Like that's the whole thing. It's more her presenting herself that way, but she's really just like she's trying to be that while never really being that.
She talks it.
You know, I was really disappointed that it wasn't her on fire in that wheelchair.
I know, right?
I was really
that's all.
I was like, "Oh, damn it!"
Now, with that scene, with the scene with the flaming corpse in the wheelchair, Stone, have you seen Red Dragon?
Yes, and that was totally Freddie Lounge, and
that was a scene from Red Dragon, right?
Yes, it was.
But they play.
I thought so.
They're playing with a lot of stuff here. Like that's like I was saying.
Yeah, there's definitely a mix of things.
Just like with Verger. Verger was somebody that he had sort of had a connection with, but he was sort of like playing into his homosexual tendencies. You know what I'm saying? But yet we took a different pathway to the same result, and it became very much more. See, that's the thing. It was like why NBC allowed the more twisted. Like NBC allowed things to be way more elaborated and twisted. Like, yes, in certain points of the series with Anthony Hopkins, there was a point where he gets in contact with the Mason Verger, and there's a point where he basically gets him to take drugs and convinces him to cut off his own face, and he fucking does it. And he swears bloody revenge, and that's where his whole father's business and the pigs and the hogs come in, and Carlo and everything. But they took a whole different path, and he seemed to be enjoying it. He seemed to be enjoying, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, the whole way they twisted everything around to this one, and the way they kind of elaborated more. As he was cutting off his face, it was way more than the movie was even going. They went further than the fucking movie. He was joking and saying things, and it's just like, oh my God, it's just like, it's twisted.
That was one of like there was a bunch of stuff in the first season, but I feel like this season went even further with the violence. Where I was just there was so many times where I was just like, this was on fucking NBC. It's like seriously. How?
Look, I know I've said in another chat that I thought the leg of man scene was the most fucked up, and then I was quickly reminded that Mason Verger cutting up his own face was more fucked up, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that is more fucked up. But still, the leg of man scene, oh boy.
No,
so, I don't know if you remember last week, you mentioned something that was probably in season 2 that was going to be just like, what the fuck? Was it the
That
leg of man you were thinking of?
Yes, it was the leg of man.
Okay. Yeah, like
Yep.
that was one thing where I was like, I'm amazed this was on NBC, but far from the most twisted thing you'll see in this season.
Yeah, but that was only because I did
Most
not remember
graphic,
the scene.
maybe.
I did
Maybe.
not remember the scene
Mm.
with Mason cutting up his own face. I didn't remember that. But no, it's just like Hannibal cut off Gideon's own leg and then fed it to him.
And he was just like, he was kind of cool about it.
No, he
He's
wasn't
just like,
cool about it. He was like,
he
you know
was
what?
kind of cool about it. He's like, so what? I'm my own Last Supper. Hannibal's like, yeah. He's like, all right, and then start eating himself.
And then he just looks at him, eats the piece of his leg, and says, "My compliments to the chef." And
Yeah,
I'm like,
it's like he was
what?
pretty cool about it. Really.
You just ate your own goddamn leg.
But see, it was the thing of he.
That tastes
See,
pretty good.
it was but it was his own psyche that he was playing. It was like, look, Abel Gideon is never one to be outdone. That's what we've learned in this situation. He's never one to be outdone. That's the only fucking reason why he fucked over Will Graham and Chilton in the first place. You know what I'm saying? When it came to Lecter, he could have had they could have had Lecter a long time ago, but he's not to be outdone by anyone. So
No,
yeah,
he sold out the whole thing.
he said, you know what I'm saying? He even said in his own way, I could be indifferent to this whole thing. I don't have to eat myself because you say so. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like not to be outdone. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I could be like most people would be at this point. Fuck you, kill me or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm not eating this. And he's like, not to be outdone. You think you scare me? You know what I'm saying? You think you scare me? You don't scare me. And then what the fuck are you gonna think when this finally happens to you? You know what I'm saying? And shit like that.
Oh,
You know?
you're gonna eat me? Well, I'll eat me and come back for seconds. What do you think of them apples?
So it's just like,
Oh yeah, that'll teach him. What the hell?
I'll eat my other leg. Fuck you.
it's just everybody. It's just
You
everybody.
probably did.
It's just that everybody has a little bit. I think the only person who prevails in this situation as like Jack Crawford is really the only one on this show thus far that really emerges as someone who was really just trying to fucking catch these psychos, man.
What about Beverly? Even though we all saw what happened to her, but it's just like,
Yeah,
You mean
but
Job from Banshee?
yeah, but see, she like a lot of other people use. She like a lot of people use Will. Alana used Will in her own way. Hannibal used Will in his own way. You know what I'm saying? You could say Jack Crawford used Will, but Jack Crawford was always going to be, you know what I'm saying, the head of this behavioral sciences unit, behavioral analysis unit. He never wavered from who he was, and he always gave plenty of opportunity for Will to step away if he wasn't, you know what I'm saying, if he wasn't feeling, the situation.
He offered for him to quit, but then there's something he said. I think it was early season 2. It might have been late season. No, I think it was early season 2 when Will was imprisoned. When I think it was when Alana was questioning him, just like, "Why'd you push him so far?" And he's like, "Well, I kind of thought he'd be strong enough to like. I honestly thought he'd be strong enough to pull himself back." I think he genuinely like that wasn't like he wasn't bullshitting her. He was just like, "Yeah, this like I thought this guy like."
But
He'd be able to come back from everything
But overall,
because he had such a strong mind.
But overall, he tried to. You know what I'm saying? He tried to basically. Oh my God! He tried to do what he could here, but now I'm being
okay, and now it's just Damian on the screen. And
now it's just me.
Yes,
me and my shitty camera.
You know what? I guess people are going to see me pacing and everything, so I'm gonna. Here, I have my cover on, so there we go. All right, there I am. I'm just walking around, being all crazy, walking around like a crazy person. Yeah, yeah. All right,
Eh,
but all right. So I don't know. It's just even though Crawford had said to Will, it's like if you want to quit, then quit and everything. I think he said that even though he knew that Will wasn't going to quit. It was an it
yeah,
was
I get.
it was basically a test, and it was an empty test, is what it was. I I do think Crawford cares about Will in his own way, but he values I think he values Will's skill, his talent in finding these killers more than Will's own well-being.
I
So you think that's definitely an element of. I guess you could call it selfishness, or rather him using will to serve the greater good. I don't
Yes,
know if
and that was that
selfishness
was
is
that was
correct.
adamantly clear in the first season.
I I think
Crawford had said as much multiple times in season one.
he was willing to acknowledge it. He was willing to acknowledge what people were, you know what I'm saying, what people were trying to put upon him because he didn't want to try to dump it back on Will. I think unlike other people, he didn't want to see him being on the spectrum as some sort of deterrent, as some sort of deterrent the way everybody else, including the FBI, saw it. So he, and people, other people saw it as a weakness. He saw it as a strength. So, I don't think it was more about his well being, or less about his well being, or more about this and less about his well being. I thought honestly, he felt like, you know, Will was being branded a certain way because of being on the spectrum, and he didn't want to be a part of fostering that, in my opinion.
Mm.
I
And,
honestly
and
think he genuinely, like, when he said he believed Will was strong enough to come back from whatever it was, I think he was being honest about that. I think he believed in Will's, like, the strength of that brain that he had, like, despite his, you know, like, issues that he was going through or whatever. I think Jack legitimately believed that he had that, like, his mind was strong enough to overcome.
but I think everybody from Hannibal to Cats to even Bloom. I mean, everybody had Chilton also. Everybody, in their own way, tried to use Will Graham, but at least Jack Crawford was completely upfront about about what he was looking for. Completely upfront. You know, Alana Bloom had a morbid curiosity about him and halfway wanted to fuck him, but but then wanted to try to see if he could get quote unquote well, before that happened. But but again, what is her, what is her, I guess, her viewpoint of being well? Is it him not being on the spectrum? I mean, because that's probably not gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I
But
was I was kind of wondering that too. Like, and I found Alana to be a character I really started to dislike this season.
Yeah,
And
I wasn't really a fan of Alana Bloom this season either, especially when she started her whole relationship thing with Hannibal Lecter.
no,
yeah, and I was sort of, I
that
was
was
kind of,
coming. You guys didn't see that coming. You guys really didn't see that coming.
no, I didn't.
That's
I really didn't see that coming.
that's the start of the vampire shit that I'm talking about. That's the start of the whole him being like fucking Dracula that I'm fucking like talking about right there. I knew eventually she was gonna. I mean, that's the way she kept talking about shit. Oh my god, she's like,
So
Jack is treating you like a suspect, pointing fingers in the dark. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's just like, yeah, okay.
so
Oh my
what you're
god.
saying so what you're saying is that she is the Mina Murray to his Dracula.
Possibly, but if I mean, but if it, unless it ended, but I guess it didn't quite end. But it, I guess we'll get, I guess we'll get there. I guess we'll get there to that particular point. But just saying, like, yeah, I guess for a roundabout way, and yeah, I guess we could definitely say that.
Well, then who is the Lucy in this case?
Well, that would be. I mean,
Don't
depending.
say Freddy.
No, it would be Abigail, wouldn't it?
Really?
I mean, I'm not totally up on the old Bram Stoker, old school, version of Dracula, but I'm just saying, like,
No,
this
no,
woman.
no, no. Abigail would be more like a daughter to well, more would be.
Mm,
Hannibal treated Abigail like a daughter.
yeah,
That's not who Lucy is to Dracula.
he treated her more like a daughter. I mean, he cut her ear. You know, what I'm saying he had cut her ear off in order to, in order to frame Will.
Look,
I mean, I guess
Hannibal is a
we look at her.
psychopath, but
I
I
guess,
mean,
but I guess when you think about who her father was, I guess he did treat her like a father. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you think about
yeah,
who her father
that
actually was, but I mean,
yeah,
not really. When you look at the overall sense of it, she was more of a tool than anything. More of a, more of
yeah.
a.
But Hannibal treats everybody like tools.
But they don't.
Yeah.
They don't usually keep. He don't usually keep them around like that. It's usually these women that he keeps around for, for his purposes and his uses and things like that. As long as they're willing to be under the spell, as it were.
Well, I mean, when Hannibal and Will were having that heart to heart in his office, he had mentioned that that Abigail had reminded him of his sister, which was a callback to Hannibal Rising.
Okay.
Because in Hannibal Rising, we learn about Hannibal's childhood, where when he was just a young boy during the end of World War II, which obviously in the show Hannibal they had to make changes with this because this version of Hannibal is younger than that.
Yeah.
Uh, when Hannibal had a sister and they were hiding out in a cabin in the middle of winter, and some Nazis were trying to escape the Allied forces, and they took refuge in this cabin where Hannibal and his sister Misha were hiding. And they were hiding from the Nazis, and the Nazis were talking about how if they didn't find food soon, they were going to die. There was no food available, but then they found Hannibal and his sister. And well, in the middle of winter, no food around, you can put two and two together. The Nazis decided to pick one of the kids to eat. And they picked Hannibal's sister. And throughout the entire movie, Hannibal, now being a young man, is hunting down all the Nazis that killed and ate his sister. And that is the whole point of the movie, is that he's hunting down all the Nazis. And it's Hannibal Rising is basically just an origin story for Hannibal Lecter. That's what it is.
Yeah, because I've never seen that one. And what was the other one? There was another like prequel movie.
Trying to remember. I haven't seen all his movies. I still haven't
It was
seen Silence
Hannibal
of the Lambs.
something.
Can't. Oh no. There was crap. There was Hannibal Rising. There was the one that starred Brian Cox, where he played Hannibal Lecter.
That was Manhunter,
Yeah.
which I saw but not many years.
Yeah.
But I could have sworn there was a more like modern like prequel.
Can't remember it, but there was the Hannibal movie that had Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah.
And then there was Silence of the Lambs.
And then Red Dragon, which is
And then Red Dragon.
I guess what you would call the original trilogy, even though there were.
But those are the only Hannibal Lecter movies that I remember.
Okay.
Like I said, I mean, from what I see here, Manhunter, Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, Red Dragon, Hannibal Rising.
No, so it's just Hannibal Rising as far as the prequels go.
Yeah.
I thought there was another one. Well, I guess yeah, that's the only one I haven't seen at this point. Then,
Yeah, and
aside from season 3 of this show.
apparently I recently found out that the actor that played Hannibal Lecter in Hannibal Rising has passed away. He died last year. It was a skiing accident.
Oh,
He
like Sonny Bono. Oh no.
yeah, he was skiing in some mountain and he collided with another skier and he developed a brain injury and he succumbed to his injuries en route to the hospital, I think.
Jesus.
Or maybe when he was already at the hospital. I don't know all the specific details, but I do know that he got seriously injured in a skiing accident.
Okay. Let me ask you a
Well,
question.
that's so depressing. I think I'm just gonna have to call this just TV. I'm gonna have to remove the TE.
Oh boy.
Thanks, Charles.
Well,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question, guys.
Yeah, what's up?
Why do you think fucking Why do you think fucking Gideon foiled? You know what I'm saying? Foiled fucking Will's plan to, you know what I'm saying, to get, you know what I'm saying, to get fucking Lecter got by that one
I
other
th-
guy who was very slick with his shit there.
I think he really wanted to go down as the Chesapeake Ripper.
Well, I mean, I'm not entirely sure about that because sure, he was being manipulated by Chilton,
But
saying that
but
it's
he was
like,
well
"Oh, I'm the
past that. He was well past and pissed on that. You know what I'm saying? So he was. I mean, so he seemed like
yeah,
he didn't
but
want to do it. He's like he didn't want to be the guy. So what?
yeah,
I mean,
but I don't know. It's just it, I I was confused about Gideon. Like one minute he was like, "Oh, I'm not the Chesapeake Ripper," then the next, "I am. I'm gonna take the title away from Hannibal." That blah 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 blah. It's just, I mean,
he said that.
what there was a moment where he had implied that he was going to take the title away from Hannibal. It was when he was in Hannibal's house. It was right after Will had his seizure.
Wow,
It was in
really?
season 2 and it's when Will was in the hospital and he got his memory back and saw what had transpired after he had his seizure.
I
And
thought
it's when
I thought what he
Hannibal.
said. I thought what he said was because I thought what Hannibal's. I remember a conversation where he was like, "Well, you know, what I'm saying, well, Hannibal's like, it's a shame when you know, so to have one's identity taken away from them." And he was like, "Yeah, well, I'm here to take it back." I thought he was like, "I'm taking my own identity back here." I didn't.
I thought that when he said he was taking it back, I thought he was taking the Chesapeake Ripper title back.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
what
thing.
I
Like,
thought.
I think he was so sort of like he was so he just he basically had no idea who he was before. That was his entire identity to him.
Yeah.
Even though he accepted it, like I think he understood to a point that that was all fiction. I think he was still pretty content with that being who he was because he really had no idea who he was before anymore. His mind was so fucking just yeah, it had been so manipulated and twisted that he was just like, yeah, that's that's who I know myself as. That's who I'm going to go down as.
I think no. See, I think that like he's a talker. He's an asshole. He's charismatic. You know what I'm saying? He basically killed his. You know, so he killed his wife, killed her family. He's big shit talk about that, and that's his thing. You know, so he's dangerous in his own right, and it was about like, nah, I am who I am. I don't need to be this. Oh, he's got to be this other guy because that explains it all. No, no, I'm this guy. You know, so that's kind of like where he. That's kind of I think that's kind of like where he kind of and then a lot of his conversation with Hannibal Lecter is kind of like just acknowledging that okay, you're really a fucked up guy. You're the devil. You're okay. I'm seeing this now. And so it's more of just kind of just establishing who we all are right now, and establishing, and establishing who you are, especially, and what is this for you, more than anything. See, it was less about like taking over his persona and more about knowing who this other guy was. It was about knowing, he like I said, he was taking his identity back. I think that's why I think like to be killed by him would be a sure thing of I'm not him. More than anything. So where he could have been killed and he could have completely avoided the confrontation with Hannibal Lecter, he seemed to keep situations to where while he had no control over his assault and subsequent backbreaking that put him in the hospital and everything like that, he assured that Hannibal wouldn't be killed and everything like that. So that eventually he would come for him. And whatever situation that he would be in, because he wanted it, that was the only way it would be established more than anything that I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not the Chesapeake Ripper. He knew he wasn't
And he
going.
disappeared without a trace, though.
He knew his life. I mean, he knew his life was over. He wasn't going anywhere. He could basically sit the rest of his life in that criminally insane institution under Dr. Chilton's care for the rest of his days, or go out his own way, and gain his identity back and prove once and for all that he's not the Chesapeake Ripper.
Yeah.
That's why he blew everything up. He had two occasions. He had two situations where he could have just ended. He could have ended Lecter, and made sure that he never was He was never within arm's reach of Hannibal Lecter ever, and he basically sabotaged both situations with glee.
True, but I guess if he really wanted to clear his name, wouldn't he have used whatever he could to reveal Lecter? Because he kind of just disappeared.
He knew that he could never really escape. He just wanted to do some things before. See, he wanted to do some things to gain back his identity. And not, and not basically, and not establish or confirm the Chesapeake Ripper's identity. So he escaped mainly to establish his identity and to give those former psychiatrists Colombian neckties and really fuck with Chilton, and before he was caught eventually and everything like that, then he was ended up being steered to try to take Alana Bloom, which I'm really not completely sure, or maybe it was just a big web maybe overall it was a big web or puppet show that Hannibal Lecter had, to where he just wanted to see which one would come out alive. Would it be, would it be fucking Will? Would it be fucking Gideon? Which one? Would he kill him on his way to killing Alana? Will he, would Will kill him? Will shot him, didn't kill him. And then, but now he knows, so now it's like, oh shit, he saw him. You know what I'm saying? It's like maybe he felt like I don't know with his episodes in Lost Time. Maybe he felt like he could have killed Alana before Will got a chance to kill him. Maybe his whole plan was to get Alana killed. Will kills Gideon, and then still puts him into more turmoil and trouble and weirdness and everything like that. Because with his lost time and memory lapses and blackouts, he could still manipulate that situation. Who knows?
That's one thing they've done perfectly with this show. You think you know what game is being played, but I'm never quite sure. As much as I think about it, I'm just like, I still don't really have any clear answer exactly what the fuck is going on.
Especially with my fucking crush. Especially with my crush, Bedelia du Maurier. Oh my God, she is like what is it with her? You know what I'm saying? If I don't know, man. If
Uh,
there could,
I'm because the end of season one, I was thinking she knows exactly what the deal is with Hannibal, and maybe is in like
he's
even in on it.
he expressed she didn't. He expressed that she didn't know what he was capable of fully.
Yeah, but there was a scene like I think it was the last scene of season one. They're sitting down having dinner, and she's talking to Hannibal about like, they might figure out your patterns and stuff like that, and she's happily eating the food, which I'm going to assume was people. And then like there was just this whole scene where I'm like, does she know everything that's going on? And I wasn't quite sure. And then to jump forward a little bit, the very end of this season, the post-credit sequence at the end of season two was them escaping on a plane together.
Well,
Which made me think, like, was she in on the whole thing of like
no,
I
because
know Hannibal figured out some things by sniffing out certain things with his keen sense of smell, but that scene made me go like, did she actually tip him off to certain shit? Or is she just another one of these, like, just another victim of Hannibal's fucking manipulations?
we we find out. We won't. We find out. That's for sure. We do find out about that. For sure.
Fuckers you know about stuff.
Hate to say it, but yeah, we do. It's. I can only say that. God, first of all, let me just say, Gillian Anderson I never thought I could picture her as a blonde, but she looked absolutely fantastic as a fucking blonde, and being older, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot, still looked fucking fantastic at that, you know what I'm saying, at that
Hey,
point, still. I
in
mean,
American Gods, who was developed by the same guy, Brian Fuller, she appears as a bunch of different things. I've only seen the first season, but she appears as like 70s David Bowie. I Love Lucy. She's got more
Yeah,
range than I expected.
she played Media,
Yeah,
which yeah, that show.
which
I,
another one that got canceled after three.
it got canceled after 2, I think.
That was three, definitely
It was
three.
it was 3. Okay.
Yeah,
But no, I'm glad it got canceled because I did not like where they were going with that show.
nah, it goes downhill.
But I stopped after season 2.
Because the first season was so goddamn good.
It was.
Like,
I watched season 2
if
and I
if for
finished
just
season
if for
2,
just
but
Ian McShane alone, but the rest was great too. But
yeah.
just yeah, Ian McShane. And I'm trying to think of what else this guy did. Brian Fuller out. I briefly looked it up. He did. He did these two. Damn it! There was another show I saw, but I'm blanking on the name. I think it was Dead Like Me. But his shows definitely have they all have distinct visual styles from what I've seen, which I really like. Like they use a lot of very interesting visuals to great effect, which is good to see.
okay, so where did I drop off from?
Um, we were talking about uh
American Gods a little bit. How great Ian McShane is. Then I was kind of fumbling trying to remember what other shows that he's done that I've seen.
But I would just say, man, I would just say that okay, we just got to get to it. We just got to get to it. I just really feel like overall, what I was saying before, in this world that Lecter was kind of able to just kind of swim in, just it was almost like being under his spell. I would put it to be politely, to put it to be polite, being under his spell, as some people were in different ways and forms, where it's like but where it's like fucking, it's almost like stupidity though. It's almost like stupidity kept them alive. Like this, that's what kept Crawford from being killed. That's what kept fucking Alana Bloom from being killed. It's like it just kept, they just kept. It's like that's the only thing, like, 'cause they believed in Hannibal so much, like they swayed with everything else. They swayed, they turned other. But it's like Hannibal was like, no one ever really looked at him like ever. The only person who
No,
ever
they're like,
looked at,
obviously this guy's cool. He's on the level. He's fine. It's you who are crazy.
like in all of those cases they investigated, all those reasons that these killers had for doing what they did, they still weren't like lucid motives. I mean, these people were disturbed. Their motives were disturbed. So I mean, it's almost, to me, a disturbed motive is almost like having no motive, in my opinion. Like, I don't know what you guys think of that.
I mean, it's just sort of like they're gonna do what they're gonna do, kind of thing, because they are disturbed.
Well, I mean,
You can't look
definitely,
at it as his fault.
because see, if you look at it in a way of, okay, yeah, they have a disturbed motive, but but it's like you don't look at it as like a motive that is substantial. There's a real reason there. Like their disturbed motive is the same disturbed motive that you don't see with fucking Hannibal Lecter. Like it's the same disturbed sort of, what I'm saying, way of like why would somebody in his standing and his status do what, what I'm saying? It's like, because like life gets boring, I guess. Life gets boring. You achieve this, and you start thinking about, or maybe like with the origins. I mean, they try to give more origins, more hardcore origins to it, but I don't know. To me, it's something more disturbing, something that stays on my mind. Like, for example, The Vanishing, with at least the one that I seen, because I believe it may have been a remake, but the one that I seen with Jeff Bridges and Kiefer Sutherland and Nancy Travis,
No
and
of it.
they and a
Don't think I
very
ever saw it.
and a very, very, very short cameo by excuse me, by fucking, why am I forgetting her fucking name? Oh my god, Miss Congeniality. Why am I forgetting her fucking name?
Sandra
William
Bullock.
Shatner, Sandra Bullock. Yes.
Yes, Sandra Bullock. Very, it's a small but pivotal role in this movie, and I'm just like, I look at that, and it's like the guy just really, he talks about his life. The role that Jeff Bridges' character plays, which Jeff Bridges plays, is like he talks about his life. Nice wife, kid. What I'm saying, he's loved and all that type of stuff like that. He talks about how certain points in his youth, how he just jumped off the roof just to see what would happen, and what I'm saying, or or he did that, so he did it to save someone's life, but more about the sense of excitement about it. It really wasn't about the person, and he just basically going through certain processes to where he's just found out, he felt like, what, at one point I decided to abduct someone and do something to someone, just not because there was anything going on with me. I just just one of those things, and that's the thing. I mean, it's weird. People wanted to create a deeper, more emotional pain, more thing that was built up in him that caused him to be this way. But it just seemed like a lot of the time it's about him and what he believes, and his amusement, and his, it just, that's what it was. He never seemed to allude to any other sort of like pain that drove him to. It's just more of like, I'm amused by this. We eat these things. I'd rather eat people. Like, I mean, and I guess they're giving something to that. Oh yeah, he's eating people because his sister was eating. But I just don't know. Is that how you would go about that? Like, somebody in your family was cannibalized, so you become a cannibal? That's how that works? I just don't. I don't normally think that's how that would work.
Like, if if you ate those specific people as a type of revenge, I guess I could understand that. But
no
as
one's
an
gonna.
extension to just eat people who are completely unrelated,
But
and in
once
the
you,
context of this show, we don't have that context.
but once you have
That
measuring,
happened, like, because he mentioned his sister being dead, but I don't think he really said why exactly.
okay.
Will sort of asked him about it, but I don't think he really gave a true answer. I don't think.
But if we use Nazis as a measuring stick of rude, there's no one that he's eaten that's been quite that rude.
No, Nazis were pretty rude. From what I gather.
Okay. All right. I was gonna help you out there. Charles. I was gonna try to do my best to help you out, not say too much. But
Yeah, I'm starting to doze off again.
yeah, I was gonna try to help you out there. I was like, I saw removed. Like, I didn't want to seem like I was kicking you off of the show. I just wanted to take your hand down.
Ah, Jesus. Ugh.
Because I didn't want somebody to clip that.
Oh, God damn it! I forgot about that. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it would be Becky.
I'm just trying to help you.
It's got to be Becky, because I would never, Charles. I would
Bullshit.
never.
You would do it. You would.
Oh.
Do it, you coward.
Certainly, somebody's clipped some other people's sleeping or passing out moments, as it were. For sure.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
But I gotta say though, Alana Bloom being pushed out of that window was an almost euphoric moment for me.
I need to start drinking coffee.
You do. Boy, she got pushed out of the window and you're just like, yes! Fucking take that!
No, it wasn't even like yes, it was almost like it's almost like a damn international coffee moment. You know what I'm saying? I was celebrating the moment of my life at that point. You know what I'm saying? I was like, God, this is good. This is
I drink like two cups of coffee, and I'm like, let's fucking go.
See, I was more like it was more like the international coffees. It was like, cubby wubby room. Feels good in my soul to see that happening.
Yeah, and then about an hour later, I won't be able to get off the fucking toilet because coffee's a laxative.
Okay, Charles. Okay, Charles, you're ruining my Zen moment right now. You're ruining my Zen moment here. Jesus Christ.
Maybe he was doing both, Charles. We don't know. He's sitting on the ball. He's watching a lot. He get pushed out the window, and he's just filling that mug up.
He's doing a lot of things. Yeah, he is doing a lot of things right now, Damian, including harshing my mellow right now. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking nailed him.
That's for sure. But I don't know. I was feeling, although it was like I do, the human part of me did feel bad for her character because that's a lot to deal with at that moment. The moment, I mean, in that one moment, you deal with the fact that Abigail's not dead, for one. And number two, she's coming at you to push you out of the window and everything like that. It's like a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot to kind of take in and kind of hit you all at once. And
at the same time, it's like, well, you were stupid enough to turn up to this situation without checking to see if, you had at least a round in the chamber before you tried to rescue everybody. When she fucking pulled that trigger and it just... He's like, yeah, I took the bullets. It's like, you fucking idiot. He's like, really? You wouldn't check that before going into this
luckily
life or death situation?
She did have another clip, luckily, but I mean, a lot of good.
Oh yeah, luckily, but wouldn't that be the first thing you do? You pull out your gun, you're like, okay, yeah, this is all loaded and shit. I'm not just gonna be stabbed to death because I didn't check anything.
And while they gave us
I
that
get heat
horror,
of the moment, sure, but come on.
but while they gave us that horror movie moment there, then she did have another clip, and she only emptied about who knows how much was in the clip, but she only emptied about 3, you know what I'm saying, bullets.
Yeah, I think like
at
three
that point.
shots through the door.
For the record, it just she was firing blind through a closed door.
To basically let him know that she definitely does have more bullets. Now she probably could have held
Yeah, but
things.
it's
She probably,
like
she probably could have held things together a little bit until police got there. But
She could have
Abigail,
just as easily, showed him that she had more bullets by him opening the door and then blop, blop, blop in the center
Yeah.
mass.
maybe put 3 holes through Hannibal instead of 3 pointless holes through the door.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, but see, but that's all. That's I mean, again, that's all of our horror movie fun thing.
But then
and-
again, Hannibal's ace in the hole is, of course, Abigail.
yes,
Yeah.
that was, and, it was a shock
Been
with
just
that.
chilling in the attic.
Was that actually an attic?
Well, whatever, one of the upper floors.
Yeah. Because I don't think that was an attic. That's where he keeps his harpsichord.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But I fucking her, much like Frederica, I just assumed wasn't dead because it didn't happen on screen in any fashion.
Wait, who's not dead?
I felt like Frederica or Abigail, neither of which we saw die on screen or even remotely
Okay,
like
look,
any kind of indication, which to me gave it away completely.
I've already watched this show, but it's been a long time since I watched it, so I didn't really remember it that much. But when Freddy went into Will's barn and saw all that stuff, saw the lower jaw and the wrapping and everything, and then Will showed up and started saying like, "Hey, there's a easy explanation for this," and Freddy's like, "I don't want to hear it." And then Will's like, and tried to grab a hold of her. She sprayed him with mace and everything. I was like, hold up. Oh, I remember now. This is the part where they're tricking Hannibal. And I remember.
Yeah,
And I
Because
was like,
it all
yeah.
felt too convenient. He turns up like Will goes from this guy who is still being haunted by the first and no, I was going to say only, but the first guy he killed, the fucking Abigail's father, whatever his name was, that guy still haunts him. And all of a sudden he's just going to flip around and be like, yeah, I killed this chick who knew too much, and now, hey, Hannibal, let's sit down and have a meal. Hey, it's Long Pig. Yeah, right. Stupid bitch, I killed her. It's like, it was just too, like, I was like, no, and the fact, yeah, you didn't see her die at all. Like, there's something going on here.
Okay, and to quote somebody from chat, the Silent Shape, who he reminded me of a video, so I'm gonna make a reference to that video. To quote Jesus
I'm guessing
Christ,
you mean. Wait, no, it's not coming up. God damn it!
Yeah.
Come on.
No. It's the most recent comment.
it was a
It's not this one.
Yeah, it was a setup. It's just to quote Jesus Christ from that funny video I like to share all the time. It was a setup.
Shot him 6 times.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Okay. So it seems like at this point, no, I'm not going to say that. No, that was good comedy. That was not running out of gas comedy. There, that was good comedy. I'm not going to say running out of gas unless you say you're running out. Now Charles has said it quite convincingly that he's on fumes right now.
I didn't say that.
No, you good? Are you good?
I mean,
Charles?
I'm tired as hell, but I mean, it's just I'm struggling to stay awake. But I mean, I can keep going. It's just what? I shot him in the heart. What the hell is that?
He's losing time, folks. He's losing time.
Yes, because I dozed off,
no.
and I will be disappointed if someone didn't clip that. No, it's just, I mean, come on. At this point, I've come to expect that kind of behavior.
But let me just see, man. If there was anything else, let me try to see. If there's anything else that I could throw in there. Now, do you think that if Will was real, so is it so you definitely, the message is definitely clear to you guys, as I guess it was supposed to be to me, that if Will was true about going along with him in all of this, that he wouldn't have killed Abigail?
What? Hannibal wouldn't have killed Abigail?
Right.
No,
I don't.
no, that's something I feel like was always going to happen.
Yeah.
Because
think,
she doesn't like in a very twisted way. Hannibal this whole time has truly been searching for a friend. He thought he had that at Will. So once he had Will, there's no reason to keep her around. So I think that was something that was going to happen either way. I think in that moment it became a way to sort of stick it to Will and really just torture him more. But
it's like what one of you said earlier. It's like he treated his kills with respect. I don't think that's the case. Like Will said it himself. He treats people like pigs. Like what was his name? Abigail Hobbs' father. He treated his kills with respect, because he didn't let any of it go to waste. He would keep the meat. He would use the bones. He would keep the skin. He would use the hair. He would use every aspect of their bodies. While Hannibal wouldn't. He would only use what he wanted to use, and then he would discard the rest. He treated people like they were pigs, basically. They were
anyone
nothing.
like anyone that wasn't his, what he considered equal, was just so far less than. It was just they're not even people anymore. Which his bar for that, as I said earlier, was extremely low. Like it doesn't take much for him to just look at you like you're just an animal that I can cut up and eat.
And I'm gonna say this right now, and this is a little bit of spoiler territory, but not really that big of a deal. Season 3, we really should have watched season 3 in the month of June.
Hannibal's gay, or trans, or trans and gay.
They tried to push a homosexual romance between Will and Hannibal. They tried to.
Well, I mean, if you don't understand that he was willing to play with that, even in the movie.
You mean Will's
section
junk?
of it.
They don't do anything sexual, but I believe a kiss does happen.
In a fantasy or for reals?
For real.
But I mean, it should be understood. There was always that tone to it. I mean, not completely, but I mean, but again, with the Mason Verger character in the movies section of it, that there was definitely that there. So, just saying.
Which one of them dances to Goodbye Horses?
Goodbye horses.
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. Would you fuck me, Will?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's such a shame that we didn't get to see Clarice because I know that Brian Fuller was planning on introducing Clarice at one point.
Well, if Red Dragon was meant to be season 4, then I figure
There's no way.
maybe 5 or 6 she would have come in somewhere there.
I believe the plan was to have to do the whole Silence of the Lambs arc as the final season. That was the plan.
Again,
So probably like season 7.
it
Which
just
yes, I know you guys don't see this. You couldn't see this show making it to 7 seasons.
Well, as I said, like I didn't know the plan. Like based on what I've seen, I would have said it's like a 5-season thing. But then, yeah, I guess you take into account all that stuff.
NBC is basically a bunch of fucking prudes. Okay, it's just yeah.
That's what they are. I guess so, but I mean, come on, man. That's like whoa. I mean, you can't have that kind of shit. I mean, that's for, like I said, that's for FXX or Netflix. You can't just.
That's the thing. Like,
then shop it
I'm
off
still
to those
baffled.
scripts.
This was NBC. People being stitched inside of horses, corpses in horses, playing this Saturday at the Mercury Lounge.
with a bird embedded in the corpse.
Yeah, it's a horrific turducken. It's a corpse and a horse with a bird inside the chest.
Somebody said
No,
bird, so
it's-
I have to do the obligatory D, you bitch.
What? Oh my god.
Wait, what happened?
It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh god. This guy here. Oh my god.
Did you say D, you bitch?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I missed what I just heard you bitch. I was thinking about something.
Oh man. So I mean, I feel like I should get my note, but I feel like I'm so connected into what the notes are, but I just feel like I want to say more, but I just feel like I've said what I needed to say on this, but I just I don't know. It just feels weird to me. It feels weird to me that he would have killed Abigail, because that he would have killed Abigail if he hadn't have, if he basically trap him like that. It just feels weird that if everything was real, that he still would have felt like that he would have felt like then to kill Abigail, Will would have been okay at that point with that. Once he, you know what I'm saying, once he, you know what I'm saying, being that he's crossed over and connected with him in this way, he would be okay with him killing Abigail, then being upset about it. Especially
one thing that kind of makes me think it is Will's the only one he seems to really be affected by killing in that whole sequence. Like, I would say he seemed upset by having to kill Will. Everyone else, yeah, not so much. Whereas Will, when he fucking, half gutted him, I'm fairly sure he actually shed a tear over that. Like, he actually showed some kind of emotion during that. Whereas everybody else, it was just kind of like, eh.
I don't know. Or do we want to believe it?
But if it had worked out with the plan to leave, maybe. I don't know. He seemed like he really wanted to tie up loose ends with that. So yeah, I don't know if anyone would have really survived. I feel like he kind of, as much as he was planning on leaving.
God damn it, Jim.
What?
Mad's milky skin? Seriously?
I mean, he is Dutch.
What does that have to do with anything?
They're very white people.
Early Saturday afternoons, folks. This is what we've escaped into now. Well, for some of us, For Damian, he's now like what? You're about like what?
Damian's in the future. He doesn't matter.
You're like 2 o'clock in the morning,
It's
3 o'clock in the morning.
2:25 a.m. Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's sort of like he should be going to sleep soon. My day is just beginning. His day is I don't know, man.
My day is in the afternoon, it's about time for me to have lunch.
What you have for
Yeah.
breakfast? What you
I haven't had anything to breakfast yet.
So you had Hannibal for breakfast.
No.
Long pig on toast.
God damn it. I was only kidding.
Again? Oh man, what the hell?
I was kidding.
I was kidding.
He's got another one. Another one.
Oh my god.
Oh, also, I found the one shirt that would actually apply to this show. It's a Game of Thrones shirt, but wait, that is a red dragon.
Oh,
Very
man.
loose.
You know what? I regret telling you people that I got hungry watching Hannibal prepare food. Oh my god.
Hey,
You did.
you regretted it at the time, but now I agree. So now we're both terrible, and Mr. Stone's still in denial.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't look good. Fucking bullshit.
Bullshit.
You see the seasonings, the presentation, bullshit.
I told you. I acknowledged. I admitted shakily, and I'm shaking the. I admit it. Whew. Okay.
Are you shaking because of too much human meat? Like that Denzel Washington movie where he was blind? That's how you knew they were cannibals? They ate too much human. They were all shaky. Remember that movie, the post-apocalyptic movie? Blind Denzel Washington? I can't remember the fucking name of it.
That's what he said. That's what they said in the Book of Eli.
Yeah, thank you, Book of Eli. Yeah, that's how we knew they were cannibals. They were all kind of shaky.
Oh God.
Apparently from eating too much human meat.
Okay. See, yeah. No, I'm not shaky because of that. Damn you. You know what I'm saying? I'm shuddering.
You say that now, but now I'm
Check
not
his
sure.
fingernails. Check his fingernails.
I'm shuddering to say that when he was preparing the veal asobuco, it was fucking with me a little bit. I have to be honest with you that oh God.
Well, I guess we're all terrible.
No, I am not. It didn't make me hungry. It didn't make me hungry. It didn't make me hungry.
Yeah,
goddammit.
you sure about that? You sure about that?
You got them. You got them ghouls. You got them Renfields or whatever the fuck you guys are. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you know what I'm saying? It's like I wasn't getting hungry, damn you. You know what I'm saying?
Just wait. Give it an hour. He's going to be sending me and Charles a message in Telegram like, how do you cook a leg? Like a lamb? No.
Oh my God. Look like we got the X's going on in. Please give me a second. I'm pretty sure we'll be closing out soon, I guess, but give me a second.
Yeah, of course.
Stone's off to look up recipes.
Yeah, he's looking up. I'll look up the recipe for leg of man.
So what do you use? Like cayenne pepper, a bit of oregano? What do you do with that? Oof. But for real though, cannibalism is one of those things that it just the idea of it truly does make me just it sends chills down my spine.
It really does. Like, I mean,
Like when not presented in such a way where you, again, it's obviously some kind of beef or something they're using on the show. Just the idea, it's just like, it just makes me feel ill.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that, about the type of food that they actually use, whether it's beef or pork or whatever, or chicken. I mean, I'm an equal opportunity food thing, but um, but but no, it's just like what actors do when they eat food on camera is sure they put the food in their mouth and they chew it for the sequence, but then when the sequence is over, they don't fucking swallow it. They pick up a trash bin and they spit it out.
It doesn't surprise me because you think of like how long it takes to set up a scene and shit like that. And even if you got the freshest food, you do a bunch of takes or whatever the fuck, and by a certain point, it's just like, this is no good. I can't eat this anymore.
Yeah.
6 hours under, or even 4 hours under these hot lights and shit.
It's just like if they have to, like if they do that same sequence, like let's say a dozen times or 20 times or 30 times, they're eating that food a dozen, 20, 30 times. They're going to get full at some point, so they have to spit it out to prevent themselves from getting full.
Because it's something for years used to always bug me. Like, why do these people sit down for a conversation at a meal, have a full plate, and they end with basically a full plate? Why are they not eating shit? And then, you get older and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it makes complete sense.
Yeah. When I found that out, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. It makes a lot of sense. But now that I know that, every time I see an actor eat something on camera, that thought goes in my head, and I'm like, you're not fucking eating that. So it's just like, I mean, what's the fucking point? It's like, if you're not going to eat it, then give it to me and I'll eat it.
Yeah, that's it. I'll sit on the side of the set. I'll eat what you don't want. Just refill the plate.
See, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'll eat it. Give it to me.
Because that food tends to look good.
It does.
You always make it look real nice.
Like whoever the cook is behind the set knows how to make a good meal.
I hope to God it's not Hannibal.
Exactly. I mean, I like Mads Mikkelsen, but God, I do not want him making me my lunch.
No.
Well, I'm not. No. No disrespect to Mads Mikkelsen. I know he's not a cannibal.
Mads Milky Skin.
Milky Skin.
And yes, Mr. Grindle. God damn it, why isn't this? It's like coming up yet? Stupid leg.
I don't fucking know.
Nope. Come on.
Aren't kangaroos like sacred over there?
No, not even a little bit. They're basically pests. These fucking
so they're
piece
like
of shit animals.
So they're like cockroaches over there.
Not exactly, but kind of. Like, it's like, yeah, we're known for them. Doesn't mean they're cool. They're these bouncy motherfuckers who will disembowel you. Fuck them. Eat them.
Oh, so you actually do hunt them and eat them. You do actually hunt them and eat them.
Yeah, well, not now, it's too late, but earlier in the evening, if I wanted to go buy some kangaroo, I could do it. Apparently it's very lean meat.
Do you also eat koala?
No. They got chlamydia and you don't want none of that. Koalas are disgusting.
All right, yeah, because I know that they also have very smooth brains, and the smoother your brain is, the stupider you are.
Wait, who, me? Oh, koalas.
No, koalas. Yeah. It's just, I know. I read an article on Reddit one time talking about how fucking disgusting koalas are. One time.
I learned something in recent years. I'll send you a clip later from a comedy clip. They are disgusting.
If it's the comedy clip that I'm familiar with, then I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's where he goes on this whole tirade about koalas and how fucked up they are.
Maybe thinking. I don't know. I'll send it to you later. It's like you'll know if you've seen it. But
okay.
Yeah. Cute, disgusting, and terrible. Like,
Yeah.
adorable. Absolutely adorable. Disgusting and terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, welcome to the Koala Hour. So, yeah.
That's not disgusting. This is disgusting. Fucking koalas.
Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. So, do we have anything else to discuss about Hannibal?
uh, let's see. We've covered people being stitched into horses. We've covered the finale. We covered. Uh, one thing we didn't really talk about. I love the way they switched the roles with Will and Hannibal this season. How they sort of
Oh,
became each other.
yeah. That was
Like,
cool.
yeah, Will's imprisoned in a what do you call it? Hospital? Was it hospital for the criminally insane or institute?
I believe so. Yeah. You're talking about the
Yeah, and
place
he's
where Dr. Chilton was the administrator for.
yeah, and at times he even has the whole like Hannibal fucking plastic mask with the holes in it thing, and then Hannibal's doing Will's role, going out there with the FBI and evaluating these serial killers who
Yeah.
either are him or people he's happy to get involved with, like that initial guy who was creating the mural out of a spectrum of people, like blacks, whites. It seemed like he was using all he was being very inclusive to create this iris kind of thing that he was doing.
Yeah. That was also a very interesting episode that I was a little iffy on. I not that I had a problem with the killer. I just thought that the killer was underwhelming.
Yeah, a little just kind of like, really, this is the guy who's done this disturbing but ultimately pretty cool fucking thing. Cool in, a very
Well, the
psychotic
thing
way.
is, they didn't do a lot of focus on the killer himself. We barely saw him.
Yeah, it
Like
was like,
we didn't
what
even
did we
learn
see him?
we didn't even learn his name until after he was already dead.
Yeah, until
Yeah.
Hannibal caught up to him, stitched him into his own creation.
Yeah. That was disappointing. And then of course, let's talk about the bee lady. Um
Oh, yes.
that was an underwhelming killer because she just outright confessed as soon as the FBI showed up.
Yeah, it was just kind of like, it was cool in concept and everything, and the execution was cool, but it was one of those things where it's kind of like, I think maybe they just need to fill a little bit of time with that one.
Yeah, and the actress that played her, what was her name? Something Plummer. What was her first name? Christopher
Oh,
Plummer's
shit.
daughter.
Uh, Fuck.
I'll look it up. Let's see,
I want to say Amanda, but I don't think that's correct.
Christopher Plummer daughter. All right. I think it is Amanda Plummer. Yeah,
Oh, it
it's
was
Amanda.
Amanda.
It is Amanda Plummer. Okay.
No, well, there you go.
Yeah, she was in that's filmography. So let's see.
Wasn't she? Wait, was it her that was in Pulp Fiction?
I believe so. Yes.
She was the Tim Roth's like a girlfriend in the diner sequences.
That I don't know, but no, she was she was in that episode of Hannibal. She was also in the Blacklist, and she was in Star Trek Picard. She played Captain Vadic. Let's see, she was all right. So, but yeah, I thought her performance in that episode of Hannibal was a complete misuse of her talents because
Yeah, like
she was only in it for like a little bit. That's it. Like,
Yeah.
what was the whole point of her even being there if they were not going to utilize her talents? Because she's
And they,
clearly a good actress, but
yeah, and
they
the whole
barely
thing,
use it.
the way they set it up was really interesting as well.
Yeah, I thought the whole episode was completely underwhelming.
No, I thought I think I said it last week when we were talking about season one. I thought the same about the Lance Henriksen episode. Like, I understand you can only spend so much time on it, but it just felt like you had this really cool setup, really cool, like interesting killer, and then it just kind of was just like, hey, you get to like it's one scene and that's all they've got and it's done. You don't really get to learn too much about them just from watching. I think you get the details, sure, but it's almost it becomes more of a cameo, really.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it was just disappointing. I mean, I don't know. The overall season was good, but it had a few bad eggs. So
Yeah, like there very few sort of misfires, but definitely, there was definitely a couple.
mm,
Like I even felt like the whole sort of copycat element. I felt like that wasn't really wasn't the greatest. It was kind of a cool thing with the what do you call it? Was he a nurse? Did you call him a nurse?
the orderly.
Yeah. I mean,
The orderly.
the orderly. It wasn't. See, it wasn't so much of a. You thought it was a copycat thing. I thought it was more of. I thought it was more of just a monument because I mean because the copy because for you to read the file, he read the file, so he knew that none of the other victims were ever shot before any of this was done to him. So
Yeah.
he could have very easily depicted exactly, what I'm saying, how everything was done, but didn't. So it was more like they were saying, it was more of a monument to him than anything. And I mean, he really didn't think that that people be looking at it so closely like that. You know what I'm saying? More than anything, he just thought it was kind of confuse the case anyway to see that sort of situation happen like that with somebody having any knowledge about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think maybe him not having complete, dead on, accurate knowledge sort of, what I'm saying? I think sort of threw it off a little bit more. It was supposed to throw it off a little bit more to where you wouldn't think it was somebody who had direct, intimate knowledge of the case file and everything like that or whatever. So I just think that it was more of a monument, honoring, but also a little bit of just a little something thrown out there because he wanted to throw off the case, if possible. So then, and then, like I said, I think he noticed it in some way. I don't know if Hannibal noticed, if he knew who the guy was, or just noticed what was happening and then decided to kind of do more on it because it didn't do anything to affect the case or anything like that. So I just think that more than anything, Lecter liked to, whether it was supposed copycats or inspirations or mentees or whatever, he liked to have more people out there doing things to where he could kind of keep his cover, to where it's not so much he don't want to be the only guy. He just want to be the most. He just want to be the most respected of them all. Just like anything that he does, he doesn't want to be he doesn't want to be the only guy there is. He just want to be whatever he does. He wants to be among the most respected of them, and as long as they don't cross his path, he has no issue with them. As long as they don't cross.
I think it also it ties into his search for, I want to say friend in quotes, like because he says he says he wants a friend and he thinks he finds that in Will, but I don't know if it's a friend, it's an equal. He's trying to find the right person who understands him enough that he could be friends. I think he found that in Will, but I think he's still looking at the same time. But then Yeah, as you said, definitely. Like, there's definitely the element of him not wanting to be like, because ultimately you got less guys out there doing this kind of shit. At a certain point, it's going to quickly zero in on him. At a certain point,
What if it was always his psychiatrist?
what do you mean? That was his like
What
his
if,
friend.
what if it was always Bedelia who he was trying to make his friend? Will too, but what if it was like, what if she was like one of the first, really?
Well, I think she without knowing any prior history, like from what we know from the show, I think she probably was the first.
I just seem to think that for some reason, I mean, there were just certain processes that I'm seeing, but there's just certain processes that I'm seeing that I feel like he feels like influence between people that are friends or whatever is still, it's not a bad thing. Like see, there's certain things, certain conversations that were being had that we just needed to hear. Like he doesn't have a problem with influencing people. It's just the key of the is it that they're not aware of them being influenced. It's just, but otherwise he's not. He doesn't have a problem with influencing his friends or who people he considers friendly with. So to say that, oh well, he's doing this and he's pushing this, or he's kind of, there seems to be something that he's holding over her head, but it's like, I don't know. Friends know things about people. Friends know things about each other. They know their deepest and darkest secrets. You know what I'm saying? That's what binds them as friends most. So for some people, also along with other things, a common interest and things like that. But knowing each other's secrets and being able to trust each other with each other's secrets and knowing who each other really are, that's what really bonds friends together more than anything. He would probably say in his own words.
Which I think was what annoyed him so much about Will. He said something to him like something like "I let you see me" or "I let you know me" or something like that, and that's a very rare thing. And something like "you didn't want it" or something like that. Like he was very much just like, yeah, he thought he'd made this connection with this guy. He thought he'd like, I know you, you know me, and then that betrayal. He's just like, well, I guess I gotta gut you now.
And
Like I think he was very like that. I think that ties it. Like it's one of the very few times we see. Well, I want to say it's true emotion from Hannibal, but I don't know if that's entirely possible given a guy like that. If he even has the capacity for true sort of natural human emotion. But in that instance, we definitely see something resembling it.
I just I just don't I just can't sit with the fact of no matter what the situation would have been, Abigail would have been killed. I just don't see how that would have worked out unless unless it was completely all about control and control of his, what I'm saying, and feeling like that once he had him connected in that way, that he had completely, control over even what he felt was morally right on a personal level, to a point to where he would all of a sudden, after having the shock of seeing Abigail alive, that he would, in just a few moments later, or whatever time frame would be okay with seeing her killed, right, right before his eyes, and, and that would be okay in any sense. I just don't see that. I don't see how that would work.
Yeah, I keep going back to the loose ends thing.
I
It's
get
like ultimately
now,
we see him like going off with what was her name? Gillian Anderson's character.
Bedelia.
Yeah, we see him going off with Bedelia on the plane. So, but I find it hard to imagine that there would have been just the four of them. Like had everything worked out the way he wanted, the four of them going off, disappearing as this kind of happy family of sorts. I
I don't
just, I
know.
don't know. That seems weird to
But
picture.
you, but you know he went. But you know he went there. He went to her home to kill her at one point,
Yeah,
which is just and I guess the the sheets over the furniture and things like that, and sort of indicated that she kind of figured that would be the case.
yeah. That's what puzzled me about. There's a lot that puzzled me about her character in the couple scenes we see her in this season.
Yeah,
But you said we get some kind of answer about that in season 3.
definitely. It definitely starts. It
Okay.
definitely starts for sure. And you start to realize, you start to realize more of his methodology. You know what? As a matter of fact, even before that, even before that, you start to get to a point of recognizing that, or at least they want to establish that he's not so much like Dracula or a vampire, unless you see Dracula as like the devil. I think they see him more like the devil, and just basically the way that he pulls people from their morals, he takes their soul, the way what I'm saying, the way he just the way he can kind of corrupt and trick and manipulate people into what I'm saying, certain depravity they thought they would never, what I'm saying, delve down to. So I think
'Cause that was how Will described him to Gideon. I think, right? He literally
no,
said he's the devil.
he described them as smoke. He described them as that sort of thing Gideon did, but then still wanted, because
But who
he
called?
still
Someone called him the devil. I'm
at
certain of
one
that.
at one point later on, when he was talking to when Gideon was talking to Hannibal himself, he
Was that
acknowledged
one of
that.
those?
He
I
acknowledged
thought it was
he
when Will and Gideon was like side by side in the cells. He
he mainly
referenced Hannibal as being the devil.
he referenced him as being smoke, more, what I'm saying, more than anything, and that's that sort of thing. And he just wanted his sit down with the devil. What I'm saying, really, he just wanted his. I mean, in his own way, he was saying that without saying it, but he
Hmm.
wanted to arrange his own sit down with the devil eventually. But that's what he kind of comes more off as. He definitely still has that vampire-esque quality of being able to have people under a spell and just kind of just believing in him no matter what, and just feeling like that just always amazed me. Like I said, that was the main part about, especially about the second season, that amazed me. The way people just really going on to the second season, and like everybody was confused, but no one seemed to point the finger. It was like at one, and it's like the only person who did. Like I said, it's like it was like as soon as you start to feel like you truly believe that, you put yourself in immediate danger. It seems like once you get out of the spell, it's like you're immediately in danger. It's like you don't even have to
That's
say anything to him.
that's part of the reason why I wasn't sure if I should be annoyed at Alana Bloom or not.
No,
Because I
still
was annoyed
no.
at the character. Then I'm like, do I feel bad for her because she's been, you know,
She
sort of
she the great she
taken
the
by
great
this Hannibal character? But then the more I watched, I was just like, no,
she
I just this
trivializes.
character annoys me.
First of all, she trivializes her degree with that professional curiosity bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's just I disagree with the lawyer. That whole shit, her sitting there with her little skirt, legs crossed, talking about professional curiosity. It just speaks of fucking hot for teacher bullshit. Like okay, it just like you just that to me says more about you. If you didn't fuck him, you wanted to fuck him. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't fuck Will, you wanted to fuck him, and it's just like danger
Because she
grouping.
was presented as being like someone who knew him, like someone like
Professional
whether they
curiosity is
were
someone.
friends or like there was definitely this connection there. But she was so quick to just be like, "Yeah, I believe everything. You're a terrible person who kills people." And like Jack Crawford did the same thing, but I would argue it was the way I took it, it seemed like she knew him, or supposedly knew Will better than Jack did, and had prior knowledge of Will. And, like, she'd known him sort of longer.
Not really. I mean, nope. I mean, the only, like I said, the only connection it seemed like to me that Will had was to Jack. He didn't know Hannibal.
Okay.
He, said she knew Hannibal from before. He did not know Hannibal prior to that time. Only in his reputation, of course, in that area, I guess. Um, so, and then Will's reputation precedes him, of course. He was currently still giving lectures and courses, at the FBI, just couldn't be an agent. So his reputation certainly preceded him. That's where her professional curiosity came from, and things like
Okay.
that. So maybe they knew of each other, but not so much a thing of
Wasn't like
having a
a
history,
friendly kind of thing.
or just
But
more, or just more professional, seeing people, but never being, like they said, alone in the same room to actually talk one on one or whatever,
yeah,
whatever, and things of that nature, and really get introduced and to know each other. So, she
but
probably
also, sorry, you go.
no,
I'm
please.
going to take a bit longer. I was just going to say her relationship with Hannibal kind of goes back to what me and Charles were talking about when you were stepped out for a minute. I was saying I really liked how Hannibal and Will switched roles this season. Will
But it was
became like sort of well, the imprisoned version of Hannibal, and Hannibal literally became Will, not only taking his job, but also taking the relationship that he would have had these things not happened.
no, but what kind of state? See that was a thing
Or
though.
at least something resembling it.
That was a thing though. I don't believe that because it was this thing of professional curiosity. She, like most people, see the thing about Freddie Lounge is that Freddie Lounge is the court jester that speaks all the things that people supposedly want to say in her own little slick way. So Alana Bloom believes in a way that him being on the spectrum, what I'm saying, makes him unable to handle emotionally what he was seeing in these cases and could possibly be pushed over the edge and broken in a certain way. She always wondered or felt that way or had a theory about it, and her professional curiosity was about getting close enough to him to see how much she can get out of him more than anything. And then maybe if she felt like that he wasn't as dangerous as what people would perceive, then maybe something could be there. She was just a groupie, and all of that time, all that history you have with Hannibal Lecter, and you never really had sex with him. Even Freddie Lounge had to ask that question. Like, damn, okay, you hadn't had sex with him before. Are you having sex with him now? And it's just happening now.
Yeah, no
Like,
shit. I can't remember what happened, but she gave herself away somehow, and Freddie was like, "Ah, so it's happening now." Like she barely even said anything, but Freddie was just like, oh, "Okay, so you're definitely fucking him now, then."
so it's just weird. It's just
Yeah,
overall her positioning is weird, and that's why I feel like it's just not. She can try to take the role of, and they tried to push her as the role of being the one person that was about trying to help the situation and get to the truth, and she was being played and outmaneuvered. But no, that wasn't really the case at all. You know, Jack was the one that was trying to truly get to the truth. He was upfront. He didn't have any ulterior motives. All of anything of any misjudgment, any pushing, any going over the edge was still about the job. Was still about the cases. Was still about trying to catch these people and save lives. Alana Bloom, her professional curiosity had nothing to do with helping Will or helping the case. It was trying to see what she could find out, what could be confirmed, what could be debunked about Will Graham. Everybody else, just, I don't know, they maybe had some professional jealousies about Will because he was being seen as the belle of the ball, this guy who could see the crime scene the way nobody else could see it. And any of their specialties didn't seem to It didn't seem to compare to how he could just stand there and process the scene in his mind and things like that. So there was always that there. But the only person who seemed to be upfront with where he was, how he felt, and what direction he was going in was Jack Crawford. No
That's it.
one
Like,
else.
and the whole time, like, I think, like, obviously he's presented initially with overwhelming evidence that Will did these things, and he treats it as such, just being, who he is, like being a lawman. But I still don't think he ever completely believed that Will did these things. He was like, he was never just like,
But
he was never completely condemning.
But he had no choice but to believe that something broke in Will because of the information that was
That's
being
it, because
hid.
of what he's presented with.
Because, like I said, because of the information that's being hidden. That's two different conversations. To say that he believed that Will committed these murders is one conversation. To say that there's definitely something that went on with Will that can't be denied is another conversation completely.
Which is
those are two
like,
those are two separate
yeah,
conversations. That doesn't mean him breaking, him having encephalitis and that being hidden, and him still being affected in different ways and losing time in blackouts and all those things that made him look a certain way still didn't mean that he killed people. It still didn't mean that he killed people, but those things happened, and it looked a certain way, and you can't blame anybody from looking at him and wondering. But I think people lean too much into him being on the spectrum as a basis of saying that's why that happened, and I always felt like that was wrong. I always felt like that was, and while
I do think, like, we definitely see a shift in Will after the end, like during the early episodes of season one. Whereas, like, season one, Will, I don't think he, like, even to protect his cover, I don't think he would have done what he did with what was the guy that was, like, sort of trying to make himself into an animal that Hannibal sent after Will.
okay, what about him? Randall, what about him?
Yeah, like, I, like, the way, like, I wasn't sure how to feel about that when, like, yeah, he killed the guy in self-defense somewhat. He sort of killed him with his bare hands in this sort of, there was that whole sort of tie into how he really wanted to kill Hannibal. But then the whole presenting the guy, like, setting the guy up in, like, mutilating the guy and presenting him as, like, this thing to keep his cover with Hannibal. I was kind of like, yeah, I get that on some level, but it also is, like, that's definitely an element of a twisted mind at that point. Like, it sort of, like, seems like he's become a bit closer to being that guy who could do such things. Like, I don't think he would, but it's still, like, doing something like that to keep your cover it's not just like I shot a drug dealer to keep my cover with the mob. That's on another level, that shit. Like, I mutilated a guy and made him into a display.
I mean, I would say this. Like, if you put a person in a position where they're being hunted by other people, like game and everything like that, and they have to kind of, defend their lives out there against these hunters, it might bring you to do some pretty, primal things in order to preserve your own life and things like
That's
that.
true.
Is he felt like at that point, at least the way they had the dialogue go, was that of course he was killed. I mean, okay, yeah, to enjoy it, to display it, and everything like that. People can say
That was my thing. It's like, just the time it would have taken to do all that, set it up that way. It's just like, I'm not saying he enjoyed it, but it definitely it takes something that, I don't know. I think he's definitely, like, he's definitely been changed
but if
by
he
the
just had a kid,
experiences that he's gone through, and maybe in a way that
Or
really,
maybe he just,
you
or
know,
maybe he just felt it was necessary
could
because
be.
killing that guy and then still kind of treating it like, okay, I'm still like a special agent. This guy came after me. I took him down and everything like that. It would still be in Hannibal's eyes, him struggling with, him still struggling with who he really is or whatever. And
Yeah,
for him to do that, for him to go that far would be in his way of kind of just establishing that I am I am basically gaining more because that's what his whole even him envisioning in his mind he was sort of like envisioning in his mind like him being born as like the next like humanoid stag creature like Lecter so he was starting to even in his own mind sort of like play into what he felt like Hannibal Lecter wanted so, because that's what his expectation was to see. That's what this whole, psychic driving was to get him to embrace that darker side of himself, and so it was necessary. So while he didn't feel any honor and feel like this guy was a serial killer trying to kill him, and so now I've killed him, and now I've killed him, and whatever I do, I'm only I'm only desecrating the guy who tried to kill me, and who was killed other people. He would have gotten death anyway, or whatever if they hadn't seen him criminally insane or whatever. But and then that would have been an injustice for some people. So bottom line, he felt like the other stuff that he did was mainly just a tool to convince Hannibal, and not so much a an acceptance of his darker side, and somewhat so.
Hmm. Yeah, because I was very conflicted about my opinion on that.
That that's how I see it. That's kind of how I see it. This guy came after him. He was, this guy came after him. He was basically a serial killer. If anything, the only thing that like I said, the only thing that would have happened if they would have not seen him competent to stand trial, it would have seen him criminally insane and sent him to that institution for the rest of his life. That would have been it. That would have been any real justice for anybody. He came at him, attempting to kill him, and so he got what he deserved. And anything else that happened after that was him was the unfortunate spoils of the loss. So he don't see him as anybody that he should be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, or anything like that. He came at him. So any of this dishonoring that people might see it as, or this sort of like weird psychotic display, but it just that's what
Yeah,
that
just
was.
like
So
going back to the conversation he had with Jack about it. But like obviously Jack knew about it. He's just like self defense goes out the window when you mutilate the guy and put him on display. And yeah, I get like it's all maintaining cover with this guy you're trying to capture, but yeah, I just don't see how there's any way around that. Like even within those confines.
well, I mean, I just think that basically that you have to establish it's weird. You have to establish that with someone who is mentally and criminally insane and who is attacking you and who has been confirmed, especially with the information that's there, the suit is there, everything would be there. So, but to be able to still say now that's different from Abigail and the one kid. No one was really suspecting that guy of anything, or especially anything even halfway of what they was expecting of the man beast there. So her whole thing in killing him and gutting him like that, I mean, that's a little different. It was easier. That's easier to manipulate, of course. That's why a lot of the situations he didn't. That I mean, I don't know. That was sent. He couldn't control that. That was sent to him. That was a hit being sent to Will by anyway on that situation. So it was more. It was less to control, less to manipulate in that situation. So the only thing he could do to really before basically showing before basically showing him how far he's gone and how far he's connected to the situation, was bringing him to confirm to confirm whether he sent him to him. And then after that, showing him at least furthermore at that point that I'm good. Now I can kind of display this guy as like there's a new killer in town or some shit like that. I don't. That's what he wanted. That made him feel like, yeah, he's doing the same thing. Now he's starting to do elaborate shows, do elaborate field kabuki like I'm doing. It was part of
This
the
guy gets
convincing.
me.
So yeah, just all a well crafted ruse. Maybe, I will go on the side of saying yes, but of course season 3 will provide us more answers and more jump into his psyche, and we'll be able to know what's what. And I think that at this point right now, getting the 4 hours, especially with how things started with Charles, is a great accomplishment. Proud of you, man. Tough guy.
Yep.
We wouldn't want to push it anymore just to say that we could do that. I think we enjoy ourselves, and
All right.
but I think we definitely wouldn't want to unless there was more that you guys had to say.
I don't have anything else to say. I really don't, except for one thing, and that is to answer Jim's question here.
Okay.
Scott Thompson is with the show for the entire show's run. He will be there all
Is he
the
one
way.
of the
He's
one of the lab guys?
He's one of the lab guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Jimmy. He's Jimmy.
But of course, when things expand beyond, beyond them kind of being,
Yeah.
gathered around these dead bodies in the casework, you don't see a whole lot of them. You only see them in flashes of certain things and certain information because, he's in. Okay. Well, of course, he's making plans to leave, and it's getting more out of control, especially with Jack losing his post and everything like that. So, or at least being forced into I forgot what she called that shit. I forgot what she called that, and what what she ended up doing to him and taking his gun and his badge and everything like that. Well, at least him giving it up.
Compassionate leave
Yes.
Okay.
because of his
Perfect
wife.
perfect casting too. Cynthia Nixon as a cunt. Wow. What a stretch.
Well, that is the way to end the show. He-Man Woman Hating Club. That's the way to end it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
TEE-HEE. I guess. TEE-HEE. But I would definitely say that I am definitely ready to continue season 3.
To quote Peter Griffin after he just did some meth, I am so fucking ready.
Jesus Christ. You're a twisted one, aren't you, Charles?
Yes, I am.
Who knew? I guess Blackie knew.
Oh my god. I am not calling it that.
The secret
don't
of the
have to.
ooze. The secret of the
It's
ooze
been done.
knew. The secret of the ooze. Is that what we want to call it? Is that what we should call it?
The secret of the ooze. Well, it was basically some kind of ooze.
The SOTC? No. The SOTO. That's what it should have been. The SOTO.
I don't know what the fuck it was. I thought it was tar, but
The so-
clearly not.
Or I'm saying we'll just call it the Soto. We'll just call it Soto.
Soto. Oh my god.
Secret of the ooze. AKA Blackie.
Blackie Soto, Charles' friend.
Was definitely enjoy for all of the 4 to 5 and sometimes 6 people that were here listening to us live, that were interacting in the comments and saying things. Even Jim, who continues to stalk us, no matter what mode of communication he's
I,
working.
I don't know what this guy's problem is. Like, is he obsessed? Like, who is this guy?
He says that we're doing the kind of content that he likes to talk about. But it seemed like he hardly likes to talk about anything, man. I never
Just creeping.
I never
Just
thought he would like
hanging
to
out
talk
in the
about
chat, just
anything.
creeping.
But as you know, as the genius, I'll go with genius. As a genius, Damian has let people know that we will be coming out with more content, more things, more ideas, more projects as we, friends helping friends, hands across America, whatever you want to call it, you know,
Bunch of feel-good bullshit. You know the thing.
creators without borders or morals, you know what I'm saying, or a professional compass. But we're trying. But again, enjoyed the show, enjoyed the analysis of season 2. All I can say, one of the last things I want to say is I never thought that this man would actually walk out of that house being cleansed by the rain. As he, what I'm saying, as he leaves and just fucks off like that.
Just casually strolls away from absolute carnage.
Okay, so instead of singing in the rain, he's killing in the rain. He's killing in the rain. What a wonderful
glorious
feeling.
feeling.
He's killing again.
I'm trying to tell you, I might have to have you do. I might have to have you write for some movies, man. For me, yeah, you are. I don't know, man. You've got this whole like weird fucking, you know, Cronenberg zombie thing going on, man. I'm just wondering about it right now. You know what I'm saying? You got this Cronenberg zombie vibe going on right now, Charles. I'm just trying to figure it out. You know? Just saying,
I think
man.
that's a compliment.
I think so too, but I'm not sure.
If you like
I don't know.
if you like sick ass content, you know what I'm saying? If you like sick ass content, then he's got like a Cronenberg Rob Zombie thing kind of happening.
I
and-
look nothing like Rob Zombie.
No,
Rob
you don't.
Zombie looks like a homeless person.
I'm just talking about your mentality. I'm just talking about your mentality.
Take that, Rob Zombie. Sir.
I'm just saying your mentality. You don't look like you don't look like those guys. I mean, you look like a 90s. You look like a 90s. You know what I'm saying? Like a 90s emo rocker more than anything. Like you could easily be the lead singer of Stained. Is all I'm saying.
I don't even have his hair cut because he doesn't
State
have
is
hair.
emo.
Come on, are you serious?
I'm very serious.
Stained isn't emo.
They're not emo. They're alternative. Well, they're fucking like, what do you call it? Post grunge or something. Not emo. My Chemical Romance is emo.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean the look, yeah, but I'm just like, he was very. I mean, he pours he pours a lot of the goddamn self-loathing out. You know, especially when I first started to hear Stained. He pours a lot of that shit out, and that to me.
I mean,
is just
sure.
like-
I mean, emo's all about crying about it, being a bitch.
Yeah, that's true because the whole
That's-
meaning
that's
of
why
the
it
word
stinks.
emo, the whole meaning of the word emo is to be, emotional. Emotional.
I don't think he was
Trying to be all
cold-hearted,
deep about that pain while being just crying and cutting
Oh
themselves.
yeah.
fucking
And
gay.
you also have to put on like an excess of eyeliner. Yeah.
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 But you know what? See, this is why we need to start and get out talking over the music because we need to.
I guess this is an accidental teaser.
Yeah, we need to have these conversations right here. We need to have this fucking conversation.
Oh man,
We
I could
honestly-
talk about I could make fun of country music all fucking day.
Even honky tonk badonkadonk.
I could talk about how much cowboys love to fuck their horses.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There's no better country song that I ever heard in my goddamn life than Delia's Gone by Johnny Cash.
Look, I like Johnny Cash, and that's it. I don't like anything else.
Travis Tritt is another guy. Hey, look, outlaw country music, man. There's something to that.
And the only Johnny Cash I like is recent Johnny Cash. The stuff he did shortly before he died. I don't like his older stuff.
Oh man,
I thought you were going to use the old cliche. The only good Johnny Cash is the dead one.
No. I like the stuff that he did before he passed, like shortly before he passed away.
Yeah,
I don't like his stuff when he did when he was younger.
They can't all be covers. They can't all be 9 Inch Nails, Charles. You know what I'm saying? He has his own shit.
I was going to bring that up. That is a great fucking cover, though.
Yeah,
it is a good
his
cover.
Own shit, Charles.
Yes, I know he does his own shit, and that's why it is.
That's why he's a legend. That's why. Oh no, see, no, fuck.
Did you ever see him super high and taking a bush?
I saw an opportunity to say it, and I had to say it. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Who do you fucking like, huh?
I like most. Oh God, I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Alanis Morissette.
Let's hear before we get out of here. Let's hear before we get out of here.
I like classical music, specifically film scores, and I like dubstep, specifically for specific.
Oh my God, he likes Skrillex. Oh God.
No, I don't. I actually don't like Skrillex. I think he's too aggressive.
Okay.
I will say this, like, the few times I've mentioned various, like, music I like to Charles, he likes it. Like, I think pretty much every time. So, I think Charles has got a good taste.
Yeah, look, I mean, the classical music, specifically film scores...
Has good taste. Charles doesn't have a good taste. Not to say that you don't, Charles, but it's phrasing.
Dubstep is what I listen to currently. And that's because I listen to film scores to get inspiration, and I listen to dubstep to help me relax. That's why. But aside from that, I don't listen to music that much anymore. Not really.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear that Korn dubstep album? I didn't hate that.
No. Didn't even know they had one.
Yeah, a lot of people hated it. I enjoyed it at the time. I haven't listened to it in years, but at the time... I wasn't really into dubstep or anything, but
the only dubstep artist that I know the names of that I listen to regularly when I'm in the mood is Panda Eyes and Temanite. That's it.
Yikes. What about okay,
people call me Panda Eyes.
Have you heard of Porter Robinson?
No, never heard of him.
Well, that is surprising. Okay. I thought he kind of was in that world a bit, but okay.
No, but I mean, other bands that I've listened to would be Dimmu Borgir, Cradle of Filth, Fentrol, Inciferum, Corpiclani, Contrast. Yeah, I'm just listing off gibberish, aren't I?
There's only one thing, the last one I don't think I know. Otherwise, good shit.
Contrast is what is known as a crossover band from Austria. They mix multiple genres into their music. They mix rock, rap, reggae, just various different genres into their songs. It's a very good band. I like them. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of what I listen to is bunch of genres mixed into one thing.
Yeah, they're very good, but they're old. They're
do multiple genres.
Their old lead singer had left the band, and I really liked her, but she quit for some reason. I haven't listened to their new lead singer. I don't know what she sounds like, but
so how do you spell it?
Contrast. It's Kontrust.
And wow, look at this, folks. I mean, look,
Check them out at some point.
4 hours, and we're still willing to sit here and talk more information and stuff. This is how we are. But I'm gonna call it because we got to call it. This guy over here has got to get to the rest of his night before it turns into morning. You know, this guy's got to get started, get something to eat here, and
Yep.
and
Stomach's
feel
holding a knife to my heart, telling me to feed it.
Oh my God! What the hell? You asshole!
Motherfucker.
What did he say? And Sean's gonna look. Let's see the Game of Thrones score and Queen and Cambria while Stone watches on in horror. Watches on in horror. Why would I continue to watch on? You know what I'm saying? Like fuck you.
Okay.
Morbid
Only thing I have to say to that is simply this, and I think we should end it on this note after I say it.
Okay.
Ha! Gay.
Yeah, but see, is it gay that he's saying it? Is it gay that he's saying it that he wants to see? See, that's what we got to work on. See, we can't just say it's gay. But it's making us look gay, not making him look gay. Jim's got to stop being fucking gay obsessed. Yeah, how about that? He's making gay thirst traps. He's gay trapping out here. He's gay trapping. He's gapping.
Oh my God.
He's gay trapping. That's what he's doing. And that's how we end that. So unless you guys got anything else to say.
And of course he responded.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
See, yeah, look at him. Like I said, gapping. That's my new word now for him. He likes to gap. He likes the gay trap. That's what he likes to do.
Get trap? I mean, that would be gay trap. Get trap.
But
G
please,
apostrophe TRAP. Get trap.
I don't know. I kind of like gapping. Gapping just seems like it's a
Yeah, but that's a clothing line.
Yeah. Welcome to the gay trap. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
And B, of course, says, I'm sure Becky would pay for that content. Jesus Christ.
I mean,
So yeah, that's how that works. Thank you for that one, Charles. You kind of made the new slogan for that one. Welcome to the gay trap, the gap. You know what I'm saying? But it's like,
Gap. Oh my God. The gape. Just call it the gape.
but please, folks,
do we have to?
please, you can make three weird young men like ourselves very happy by.
Hey,
giving
I'm
us
not weird. I'm odd.
I'm definitely a stone cold weirdo, but you can definitely
Me too.
make us happy by giving us another 300 views or close to 300 views. We were very happy by that. We were very appreciative of that. You know, say small. You know, I'm not gonna say small, but you know, to some examples of people who've gone viral and thousands upon thousands and millions even. You know, it seems small, but that small bit of recognition for us is big. It's saying that we're at least moving in the right direction with what we're trying to do, and there's people out there that do like what we do. I guess, you know.
Well, look, I mean,
What we do to
yeah,
you gonna go with that?
there are YouTube channels out there that have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of views out there, and we got the 300 views. But it's like, look, it's just we're not concerned with getting tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions at the moment. We are very happy with the 300 views that we got on that video. We're very pleased with that, and we are very thankful for it, and we're very appreciative of it, and we would appreciate if we got it again on this video. So help us out, man.
And like Freddy Krueger said, always room for more.
Yeah.
So on that, folks, please join us next Saturday where we will review the third and final season of Hannibal.
And of course,
we would do
Halloween 3.
Season of the Biatch. The Witch. I'm sorry, the Witch. Season of the Witch.
The Weatch.
The Weatch.
It's going to be the Season of the Witch, and that will end, and then that will be the end of our adaptation and variation of the situation, because after that we will happily go into Grimm.
So we are doing Grimm after Hannibal.
Yes, we like you recommended. we agree. No problem.
Sweet. Okay, because I've been watching YouTube clips of Grimm the past couple of days, and I've been like, oh man, I wonder when we're gonna start watching this again.
Like you said, we'll do Grimm, and then we'll circle back around to Fringe,
Okay,
and
all right, I'm
we'll
willing to
do
do
that.
that. Yeah.
No problem. So we're
Yeah.
all set, so that we can eat well, we can watch in comfort, and then we can get up in the morning
Oh,
and
and
get ready to do
I'm
this
gonna
without
breeze
struggle.
through Grimm. I'm gonna breeze through Grimm very fucking quickly because I could probably go through that in like 2 weeks.
I don't know, lots of fun. But like I said,
Yeah.
it was definitely fun on that show, and so looking forward to that. But definitely looking forward to seeing how we all feel after watching the full-on third season of Hannibal, and how we all feel about the way that it had to end, I guess you could say,
Yeah.
and where we
Which I'm still kind of annoyed with how that show ended. It's just like,
Okay, well, you're going in feeling a certain way, so it'll be great to see how we feel about it and how we come together on that last conversation, and then we get into the myths and folklore, the myths, urban legends, and folklore, section of our TEE TV. That shows you once again how versatile the Halloween franchise is. Where you can go into a variation conversation at one point, and then go into a myths and folklore and urban legends, in another section right there. So I don't know how we'll work the theme in Fringe, but of course, parental trauma. You know, his fucking father, his fucking father. Did his fucking father contribute to his, you know what I'm saying, to his, you know what I'm saying, sort of shaky mental state? Was it inherited? Was it, you know what I'm saying, was it something that was part of his experiments and weirdness and everything like that? It kind of started to have his effect on him eventually. Talking about Fringe.
Peter wasn't trying to fuck you up.
That's where we
oh,
get into-
you're talking about Fringe. Okay.
Yeah,
For a
that's what we
second
get
there, I
in-
thought you were talking about Grimm. Going like, okay, what are you talking about?
Because we start moving into
Yeah,
parental
wait,
trauma.
what?
Because at some point we'll move into the parental trauma of things as things go along. We'll get into the parental trauma of, Rob Zombie's, and warping of Rob Zombie's Halloween, and Fringe will we'll look into that too. Did he contribute to his son being a little shaky up there? Was it inherited? Was it his own problems that contributed to that? We'll explore. At some point, we will be exploring that.
One thing I'm not looking forward to in the Rob Zombie movie is the scene where Michael Myers beats that kid to death with the log.
Well,
I'm not looking forward to that because I did see that scene and it was really rough to get through. It's just like, oh man, I couldn't watch it.
Well, you got to know what kind of ride you get.
Yeah, that's a lot of Rob Zombie content. Make some rough stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I saw House of a Thousand Corpses and I thought that was one of the stupidest movies I've ever seen.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
at some,
still some pretty rough scenes though at times.
maybe at some
God,
Devil's
I
point,
hated
Rejects.
House of a Thousand
Forget about it.
Corpses.
maybe
I
at some point,
hated
some of
that
our,
movie.
our live viewers will rip you apart at your opinion about that. But at any rate, we're gonna move this over here because we don't want the show to be ending with that type of craziness on the
Yeah.
screen. But I will
Yeah, of
definitely,
course.
I will thank you, gentlemen, again as always. A pleasure. Never seems like 4 hours, but we always have to consider the people that are going to be dropping soon if we don't do something. So thank you for those who have watched. Please tune in next Saturday, and hopefully as things go on, we'll have some other content to give you before the Saturdays. Hopefully we'll keep you updated, but as I always say, stay awake, stay wary, and stay weird. Peace triangle.
I'm not doing it.
Peace triangle. Take it easy, folks.